Oh, hey, nerds. How's it going? Welcome to the show. How's everybody feeling tonight? Are you feeling good? I hope so.
Hey Cinder.
Hey.
Can't wait to submit my Eldritch Punch Merit Patron Warlock when it's done.
That sounds crazy. Eldritch Punch Marut Warlock would be really cool. That actually would be really, really cool. Because the Maruts they have the automatic super punch. Anyway, guys. Who's here today? What's up, Dead Rat? What's up, Gem Jar? Shy, how's it going? Hooray. What just happened? Mia Noor? Did you just subscribe for 2 months? Hi. Hi to you. What's up, Bizalul? What's up, The Wheel? What's up, Top Deck? What's up, Colin? What's up, JP? What's up, Zen Frog? Brent, how's it going? Dice, good to have you, as always. Shades of Mothman, welcome back. Guys, I'm every day I get stronger. My power grows. So I'm still a little sick, but I'm also a lot better than I was before. You're gonna hear a little sniffling tonight. Just a little, though. Hopefully not too much, you know? Just a little bit. Just a wee little bit of sniffling. You know? You know what I'm talking about? Anyway. What's new with you guys? What are you up to? You living your lives, huh? Huh? Oh shit, I forgot. Most important part of the show. Everybody say hi to each other. What's up, fat guy skinny? Still think your name is so funny. Deadly Ginger, how's it going? The shirt? Oh yeah, you like the shirt? Little merch preview. Not available yet. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Alyssa, hi. Mia Noor. Am I saying that right? Mia Noor? I don't know. Steph, how's it going? Oi, guys. We have a pretty cool stream plans today, I think. Think it's going to be cool. I guess I don't know. Colin, thank you for the 2. That's very kind of you. What's up, Matt? What's up, Mac the Knife? Give me 1 second while I cough violently. All right, I'm done. I'll probably have to do that a couple times. Brooke, you're excited to see what others came up with? Me too. I think... Honestly, guys. Honestly, guys. Where'd chat go? Why are you all the way over there? Perfect. Exactly where I want you. Honestly, guys. I think tonight's going to be a pretty helpful stream for people in a way that might be different than others. Because when we are making dungeons, friends, get out of here. Get out of here, chat. It's my time to shine. What's up, Dragoness? How's it going? It's been a hot second. Dylan, you're so interested in dungeons because this was your very first attempt, so you kept it simple? All right, fine, chat. You can be bigger. The reason why I think this is going to be a little bit of a special stream...
No, it's my time to shine. You can't hide me.
All right,
face.
I'm sorry, Deck. I'll try not to hide you. What's up, horror dude, bro? The reason why I think tonight's stream is going to be a little extra special, just a little extra special. Did somebody give you a membership? Oh, I guess somebody did a membership between streams. That's cool. The reason why I think tonight's stream is going to be a little special is because anybody can grab a dungeon. I genuinely think that every single piece of homebrew we look at tonight is something that every single one of you watching could take and use and as a tool in your own game. Because you can't fit every homebrew monster into a game. You can't fit every homebrew especially subclasses and like D&D races. A lot of that's just not going to be for your game. But every single dungeon master needs dungeons. We need them. And it is so easy to reflavor them and to change them and to bend them a little bit. You know? I feel like today's a stream where if I was one of you watching, I would probably keep every document that I got to look at. Because every single person who we're looking at tonight, their homebrew anyway, all of their homebrew is a whole dungeon. They're doing all the work for us. So everybody be very nice to them for that. But also, let's go back to gradual. I like the shifting colors. But also, we are going to be looking at it from a little bit of a different perspective in terms of how we're reviewing it. Just because when you are building a dungeon, you're building a very different tool than when you're building a subclass or a spell. So I want, when we are doing the reviews tonight, what I want you to imagine is I want you to imagine that you are somebody who is looking for a dungeon to put in your game, and this is one that you stumbled upon online. That's sort of the headspace, I think. Does that make sense? Like, we're thinking about this in terms of, like, am I excited to use this? Do I feel like this would be fun? Do I feel like this would be manageable to run? That sort of thing. How does that sound? Chat. I hope it sounds okay. That's literally what's happening. Fine. 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 I don't even have the wheel set up all the way yet. I will tell you guys that this was a very small wheel. One of the smallest ones we've had in a long time, which is fine. I don't mind a small wheel. But because it was such a small wheel, I had the opportunity to kind of quickly skim through all the pieces. And I didn't read any of them in terms of what was written. I just kind of like, well, I just wanted to make sure nobody sent me like a 30-page dungeon. But I will say I got a total, actually I'll tell you, we have a total of 21 submissions so far. But of those 21 submissions, 5 of them were subclasses. So they are not on the wheel. So I took them all off. So we're not even gonna... So if anybody accidentally sent the wrong thing before a stream, you're just not gonna be on the wheel. But if you send the wrong thing during stream, you will get to be on the wheel, and then we will point at you and be like, you done messed up. Okay? I hope that sounds good to all of you. What should I do if I'm bad at English and I want to join D&D groups so I can become experienced D&D player because I want to be a DM, but I only played like 3 one-shots on a West Marches server? Well, you're good enough at English to write that very complicated idea out, so you're probably better at English than you think you are. I would reach out to people in either my Discord or on a server like looking for groups to see if people are willing to take on new players. That's probably the first thing I would do. If you really don't want to do it in English, I would check to see if you have any local groups in your region. Most countries will have local D&D Facebook groups or local D&D subreddits. And a lot of them actually will do things where they'll like community translate stuff. So like if a book didn't come out in Turkish, they'll like, okay, well, this is how you would do this subclass in Turkish. So if you don't speak English that well, don't worry about it. Also, you probably speak English better than a lot of English speakers because everybody's fucking gobbledygook. Has anyone said I dressed as a drow paladin at a supermarket and they called me called the police? I don't think anyone... Maybe somebody said that once, but I don't know. Any advice on how to go about getting your homebrew published? Well, it's very easy to get your homebrew published. It just depends on how you want to get it published. So the better question to ask is, what is your goal with publishing your homebrew? Because if you want your homebrew to just be out on the world... What is this fucking music? Sorry, the music has went crazy. Let me turn on some, like, fantasy music. If you want your homebrew to go out into the world, you can just put it online. You can self-publish very easily. If you want it to be free, you can put it up basically anywhere. If you want it to cost money, you could put it up on Ko-fi. You could put it up on Patreon. You could... I don't know. There's all sorts of ways you can sell stuff. Ko-fi is probably the quickest, easiest. But if you're trying to get published, the other thing that you could do is you could publish on a website like DM's Guild or what is it? Drive-Through RPG, which are basically websites specifically designed for people publishing their own D&D content. DM's Guild is owned by Wizards of the Coast, and they take a lot of the profit. But you also are allowed to use any of their IP. So if you want to write a D&D book that has Mind Flayers and Beholders and Swarmkeeper Rangers, you can publish it on DM's Guild. August, welcome back. Glad you're back. Good evening from Italy. Good evening, Heavenly Panda. But if you want to publish with like a publishing company, you gotta... Honestly, whatever you want to do... The best way to be successful, so then you can just do that and then boom, you publish. But if your goal is to like make money, then you need to be putting yourself out there in the world, which means you need to be posting regularly samples of your homebrew on all of the big homebrew subreddits and homebrew forums. You need to have an Instagram where you're posting homebrew with good art regularly. You probably should have your own subreddit. You probably should have your own Discord server. You definitely should have a TikTok also. So the main way to get people to look at your homebrew now is to basically decide you're going to be a content creator where the focal point of your content is your homebrew. You love my content. I love your content, Robert. Did you do much YouTube, Twitch stuff before you were floating head? Content started taking off? Yeah, I think I was on... I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by taking off. I was on Twitch. I was on Twitch before. When I started on Twitch, I had like an average of like 5 or 10 viewers, usually. And that was like 2 years ago. But then I didn't do Twitch for like a year. And when I came back to Twitch, I had more. But with YouTube, I only started doing YouTube lives when I kind of blew up through YouTube Shorts. But initially, I got my big followings on TikTok. And I barely post on TikTok anymore. You can ask people to critique your homebrew item in the Discord. There's a whole section of the server for it. I would post it on the server. What I would say, though, is the best way to make somebody look at your homebrew. Actually, let me rephrase it. Think about how much time you would hope that somebody would spend reading and reviewing your homebrew. And that is how much time you should spend reading and reviewing someone else's homebrew. Pat, no pressure, but if you want to come on stream and look at some dungeons with me tonight, you're more than welcome to. It is going to be a little bit of a different vibe, I think, just because we're going to be looking at dungeons. But if that seems fun, you're more than welcome to hop in. No pressure if not. Has my life changed this year since I've gone viral? I didn't really go viral this year. I feel like I went viral last year. And it did. It's changed a lot. I'm a content creator now. The thing is, I've been trying to be a content creator for like 3 years. And I've only really started to be successful at it 2 years ago. And I only really started to make money be successful at it about a year ago. My day-to-day life has only changed. The thing is, I make similar money to what I made when I was doing some of my other jobs that were a little bit lower paying. So my day-to-day life hasn't changed that dramatically, other than like my workflow and what I do with my time. I spend a lot more time working, but I do it doing whatever I want. What's up, Bardic? How's it going? Oh, rally release. Fuck, I always forget rally releases on Tuesdays. I hadn't heard of you before YouTube Shorts. That's reasonable. It has been a wild ride these past 10 months. But hopefully the ride will continue to get wilder. You should all go listen to Rally. Rally's my podcast. It's my favorite show that I'm in. What's up, Baba? So we're looking at dungeons tonight. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Dungeons! Dungeons! How, as a player without being annoying, can I encourage my fellow players to roleplay more / better? Well, roleplay better is an annoying attitude to have. You need to cut that out of your head. Better, that is nothing but a really pompous tone immediately. So better is bullshit, because what is better? Some people just don't like role-playing, and some people have different interpretations of what role-playing should be. So cut out better. Now get them to role-play more. Yeah, I could give you some ideas. I think the easiest way to get a player to role-play more as a player is probably one of two things. The first is to, in character, ask their character about their backstory. That's probably it. That's the easiest way. Way number one. Hey, Gorgol, didn't you say you used to be a wizard and now you're a sorcerer? What happened? Hey, Fiddledy Stark, didn't you say that you always wanted to punch a gremlin? Why? Something like that. Do you know what I mean? Ask them that. The other thing that you could do is ask them to participate in something with you in sort of a role-play way. Hey, let's go gambling at the casino. Hey, help me trick this guy into giving me his gold. Hey, I gotta go talk to the wizards at the library and I'm scared of magic. Can you come keep me company? That sort of thing. If your friend seems to be turning into a murder hobo, then that is probably just a thing where you should say, hey man, it's not fun when you just attack everybody. I would like to do role-playing. So, can we try to do some role-playing too? I would just talk to him like that. Or you could say that to your dungeon master. Fiddlespark? Fiddlespark is a character that comes up in many of my games. I ever played Shadowrun? Man, I used to be a Shadowrun. So it's hard for me to play it because it reminds me of old trauma. And I prefer the realm I live in now. Gotta love a Fight Club. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like tonight? It's not a big wheel. And it's actually smaller than it... It's even smaller because we had a couple people not send in the right sort of homebrew. No? Okay, we don't need to look at the wheel. That's fine. We can just hang. All right, yeah, no, we'll just chill. We'll just chill. We're just chilling. We're just living our lives. You like squares? That's a very funny line coming from Wheel. Okay, there's somebody in the chat named Wheel just said, what the fuck? You hate wheels. Any advice on running an open world BOTW? What does BOTW stand for? Open world Battle of the Whimsical style game. Ah, a breath of the butt? Butt is a B word, butt. It's not breath of the butt. It's breath of the wild. But breath of the butt is a fart. So that's pretty cool. Buttbot, that was a fucking killer joke. Guys, I know sometimes Buttbot does not nail them. Buttbot fucking nailed that one. How would I run a Breath of the Wild campaign? Is that what you asked me? Take the elements you like the most from Breath of the Wild and build your campaign world around them. I've never played Breath of the Wild. I've never played any Zelda games. The only Zelda game I played was the one where you fight the big guy with the nose who sometimes is a pig, but with a different name, and he's got 3 triangles. And there's a princess, but she's also a secret ninja sometimes. And you have a power sword, and chickens are dangerous. And there's temples. I only did that. So if you need any more information about Breath of the Wild than that, I don't have it. You got triangle powers. You wear a mask sometimes. Sometimes you're a kid. You play a toodly-doo to make to make the sun come out. Spoilers. Exactly. Sounds like all of them? That's exactly what it should sound like. How do you make an open world game? How do you encourage reward players to explore? You fill the world with mysteries worth exploring and secrets to uncover. So a very tangible way to do that would be to make a map and have the map have all sorts of interesting looking things on it and give it to them. And then they can be like, I want to go there. And then they can go there. And then the more places they go, the more they learn about the general overarching world lore. You know? You go to the hills of the crystal caves and you see these little crystal guys, but they're really sad because they can't get any more toothbrushes and they're going to get cavities. And then, like, you go to a jungle where there's giant tree monsters that make toothbrushes, but they've all been killed by a big weasel made of fire. And you're like, oh, that's why the gem guys were upset from the last session. Because there's a different plot arc, but they're connected. Connected world. You know? World building. I'm so good at explaining things. I'm so good at explaining things. Yeah, just give them points of interest. And have some of them have interconnected plot. Throw a couple allips at them. Like 2 or 3. No, throw 1 and then throw a couple of those undead warlocks. Yeah, they're cool monster. They look sort of like a big floating trash bag. They're like a psychic ghost alien. Or they're like a psychic madness ghost. Here, I'll show you. They literally look like a floating trash bag. Little trash bag ghost. Doesn't that look like a trash bag? Well, they look like a trash bag, but they're like madness ghosts. They're pretty cool. They're only CR5 though, and you said the players are level like 9 or something. So I would throw in a bunch of things. But this is a really fun monster. It's a very strong vibe of undead. Very strong vibe indeed. Hi, Sloth. You've been making a class that has a summon as a main feature, but I can't find a place to make the stat block. I don't know how to balance a summon as a class feature. Ideas? If it's the main class... What the fuck? Troll Lord Gaming, you scared the bejesus out of me. You Troll Lord. You scared me up. You scared me up. You scared me down. You scared me left and all around. How's your game? What's up, troll? You trolling? What were you doing? How is Dungeons and Dragons? Today on stream, we're going to be looking at a bunch of dungeons that people have submitted to us. I gave people the prompt of write a 5-room dungeon and try to fit it all into one page. And today we're going to look at them. And if you are hanging out with us while we look at them, you can get your very own copy because we're just sharing them, because we're just giving them to people to use because it's fun and nice to do. It doesn't actually... The thing about a 5-room dungeon is that it doesn't actually need to be a 5-room dungeon. It doesn't actually need to be a dungeon. It doesn't actually need to be 5 rooms. And you can interpret those rooms in any way you want. The point is that it is 5 steps of a journey, 5 parts of an adventure that sort of culminate into a D&D bit. So they can be interpreted in lots of ways. So when we're looking at them today, if any of these are not actually 5 rooms, or if they're not in the right order of the 5-room dungeon, or they don't have any puzzles, even though one of the rooms is called the puzzle room, it doesn't actually matter. What matters is they are using the idea of the 5-room dungeon as a framework to build their dungeon. And the other reason why we used the framework of the 5-room dungeon is because at the end of the day, if you only have about a page and a half to write your dungeon, you can't be futzing about with all sorts of weird little shenanigans. You gotta just focus in. And that's what we're about on this channel. Focusing in. Oh, shit. You guys can't see what just happened, but my computer just... Everything exploded for a second. Focusing in. Focusing in. That's what we're doing here, okay? We want to focus in, but at the same time, we want to have a faraway scope of, we want to know things at a distance, too. I feel like it's funnier when I'm smaller. Maybe I make chat a little smaller. That's probably better. Anyway. I just went full Dr. Seuss. I am Dr. Seuss. I need to refill my drink. We're going to start looking at dungeons in about 3 seconds. But also, you can submit a dungeon tonight during stream. You're more than welcome to. And the best way to do that, if you are on YouTube, is that there's a link in the video description. And if you're on Twitch, there is a command. And the prompt is wheel. And it has a bunch of instructions. Read them. But remember... all of the instructions about what the rooms are is up to interpretation. The most important rule to follow is that it has to try to fit it on a page. If it's a little over a page, it's fine. But if you need 5 pages or even 3 pages to come up with your dungeon, then that's not the dungeon for this project. Because this is a project about we're trying to focus in and build something real tight. We're practicing. We're honing our craft. We're sharpening our tools. And I talked about this in the Discord a little bit. Apparently people don't hang out in their Discords. I don't know. But I talked about this in my Discord a little bit. The reason why I put such a tight constraint on this is twofold. One, practical. I can look at more of these dungeons if I don't have to read 5 pages for each one. But two, philosophical, towards my philosophy of education, which is if you practice writing in a very constrained way, you are going to become a much more powerful writer when you are unconstrained. Think about it like from one of those animes all you guys like, where the kid is practicing his jujitsu, but he has like million-pound weights on his arms. That's what this is. Does that make sense? So whenever people are like, I don't like trying to fit it into a page, that's hard, or Cinder, I can't make a subclass, I can't make a feat in 200 words or less. I know that is hard. I know it's frustrating, but that is kind of the point. The point is, if you can learn to thrive under pressure, you are gonna be a fucking champion when you have nothing holding you back. So think about it. I'm gonna fill my. You see my little painting? I have a painter's sink. I'm gonna fill my drink. Give me 1 second. In my painter's sink. Behold, the sink of painters. It has a very deep basin because you're intended to put a bucket in it, I think, or whatever painters do. I don't really know. I don't know why painters' sinks have a deep basin like that. Maybe one of the artists out there could tell me. How do I feel about the prospect of AI dungeon masters? I would say you are much better spent playing Baldur's Gate 3 than using an AI dungeon master. That's what I would say. You're trying out a dungeon alchemist and you think you can import into VTT, still figuring it out. That's fun. I mean, one of the main... I was never a big fan of dungeon maps. I mean, that's not true. I was... When I started playing D&D, I would, like, make them all. And a lot of them I would, like, draw on cardboard and stuff. But when I started playing D&D virtually more, I started using... I got really into, like, virtual tabletop maps and stuff like that. Because it's really fun. It also kind of helps balance out what you're missing from sitting at the table with everyone, you know? Anyway, you guys want to see the wheel? Boom! Bold. There she blows. The universe does not want you to know how to make a companion class. Look at the Drake Warden or the Battlesmith. The only companion class that I can think of, I don't remember what it's called right now, but maybe someone in chat will know. It came out a couple years ago. It was very well designed, and basically the whole class was you fought alongside this giant monster that was your friend, and each subclass was like a different monster type. So there was a Celestial, a Fae, a Fiend, an Aberration, and they all were kind of different play styles. And the only thing I really remember about the class is I'm pretty sure the class itself might have had a D4 as its hit die. I think it had a D4 as its hit die. I think it had a lower hit die than a wizard. And I think that was how they sort of balanced you. That was a big part. I think that was a part of how they balanced you getting a pretty powerful minion at level 1. But I don't actually remember if that was the case or not. That might have just been feedback that somebody was talking about in the discussion around it. But it was a cool subclass. It worked well. I don't know if it was called the Beast Heart. I don't remember. This was years ago. Yeah, but if you think about it, but Shades, the idea was, I think your pet started with a D8 hit die. So collectively, you had the same amount of hit points or more than a barbarian. Like the full control of what you had was sort of similar stats to a barbarian in terms of how many hit points you actually had on the board. They were just split between you and your monster. Because your monster ended up having similar hit points to, I think, like a monk or a fighter. And different subclasses of monsters would be a little bit tougher or weaker. Each one had its own stat block. So depending on its stat block, it had more or less hit points. But on average, they were like that. It wasn't the Beast Heart if the Beast Heart is an MCDM class. This was something that somebody just posted online. But it was very well designed. It was one of those, like, before D&D really exploded, and the homebrew community was a lot smaller, it would be pretty normal for you to see... It would be pretty normal for you to see somebody post, like, up to 10 different edits of a piece. And you would, like, re-enter the conversation about it, and you would have, like, dialogues. I mean, maybe that's still what maybe that's still what Unearthed Arcana is like. I don't really know. I don't hang out in it as actively as I used to. But when I was more active on Unearthed Arcana, wow, that's hard to say. When I was more active there, you would end up watching people make a piece. They would work on, like, a class over, like, you know, months. It was cool. Do you think it's reasonable to have your character roll a history check to remember what they would remember if you don't remember it? Yeah, I think so. Kind of depends on what it is. But I would say yes. I would say if it's something that happened to your character within, like, the past week, or was something, like, really important, they could totally remember. But I would also say if you didn't take notes, and if your Dungeon Master wanted you to roll because it was a very specific detail or from a long time ago, I would definitely use a history check. I feel like history is a good representation of memory. There also are, like, feats and stuff, like, to give you better memory. Keen Mind. Yeah. If you take the feat Keen Mind, you just remember everything. All right, let's spin this wheel. Boo! Gem jar. Do you know a program to help me make stat block? Every system I can find won't let me add a custom HP or AC. I would say TetraCube is probably pretty good, or just write it in Homebrewery or GM Binder. But TetraCube is also quite good. But it might also be you're trying to use a system that, like, does the math for you, so you're not able to change it the way you want because you're just not building the math right. That could also be happening. So, like, if you're trying to change the HP, the way to do that is to change the Constitution modifier or how many hit die it has, for example. You're a new DM. Is it fine if your party are casters? Yeah, of course. Just, work with them on understanding what the spells do. The thing that I would say about spells and magic in D&D, and you don't need to do this if you don't want to, but it does make it easier, is that the spell should only do what it says it does. So, for example, if a spell says you can target a creature and turn them into a beast, that doesn't mean you can turn them into any animal. It means literally you can only turn them into beasts. And beast is a type of monster in D&D. So it's good to, like, make sure you're understanding the limits of what spells do and the back end of spells. Like, a lot of, like, if a spell requires concentration, or some spells that do something bad allow somebody to keep making a saving throw on every turn. So stuff like that is important. Best way to incorporate insight checks where the players don't ask about them regularly. Just tell them to roll an insight check sometimes. Just say, they're talking to a guy who you know is shady and they're not noticing he's shady. Just say, hey, roll an insight check. And then they do. And then if they roll really high, then you tell them something. And if they roll really low, you go, cool. No, you say, cool, no worries. And drive them crazy. And then they'll say, why? And then they'll start wanting to roll more insight checks in general. How do I feel about attacking players making death saving throws? I love it. I don't do it that often because I feel like it's not I only do it when it makes sense for the monster to do it. But if it's a monster that would attack a downed character, I do that. You got to. It's very easy to stay alive in D&D. If it's a monster that's trying to like defend itself, or it's more of a wild creature, probably it's not going to do that because it's trying to take down all the threats, and a downed player is not a threat. But if they are like a particularly smart or evil character, fuck yeah. Insight is... If perception is reading an area and investigation is reading a detail, insight is reading a person. That's what insight is. Let's see what Gem Jar has for us. Pretty basic flavor-wise, but I went for a unique-ish style of encounter with different trials that affect the final encounter differently. Cool. This is currently set up for a party of 4, as there are 4 trials. I'd make 1 for each character in a session. Okay, cool. Let's take a look. Our first 5-room dungeon of the night. Here it is in the Google. Not in the Google, in the YouTube. Here it is in the Twitch. Are you guys ready? Good night, August. Or whoever you're saying good night to. You can format yours however you want. If it's hard to read, I'm going to point out that it's hard to read. But that's, you know. This is a totally reasonable formatting. I think if you used a different font or smaller or different font or smaller font, I would be wanting indents on my paragraphs because I could see these blocks of text as getting really frustrating to read if it was smaller or less that font. All right, let's take a look. The Tomb of the Armor Smith. The entrance or the main antechamber. Okay, this large circular room is segmented into quarters with lines made of dark blue crystal embedded into the floor. Strewn throughout the room are discarded remains of suits of armor and damaged automatons. Okay, cool. Big room, dark crystals, broken robots. I'm just visualizing it as I read. The lines run from a raised central dais covered in runic markings to the threshold of 4 doors, equidistant from each other. Okay, so there's 4 doors on the walls. On the center dais, there is a lectern with a book on top of it. The book is completely blank, and if a character attempts to remove it from the dais, it vanishes from their hands and returns to the lectern. Okay? Above all 4 doors in the room, there are plaques that seem to always be in the native language of the person reading them. Interesting. The doors are named as follows: Task of Cunning, Task of Combat, Task of Concentration, and Task of Courage. Okay. Once a character has entered through a door, no other creature can enter the room by any means until the task is complete. Huh. Okay. Upon completing any of the tasks in the following 4 rooms, the book will flip to a seemingly random page and a rune will suddenly appear. The rune will be inked in red if the task was unsuccessful, and in blue if the task was successful. After all 4 tasks have been completed, successful or not, the crystals on the floor blaze with light, and the dais cracks as a shield guardian breaks out from under the ground, initiating combat. Okay, cool. The one thing that I would say immediately, and there's nothing wrong with this, but it's definitely a choice. First of all, you definitely need some paragraph breaks and stuff in here. This is a little bit hard to find the details in. But this detail here, once a character enters the room, no other characters can enter. So it's a dungeon that's designed for everybody to do stuff by themselves. And I think that there is a time and a place for that, but I do think it's important to just recognize that if it is a dungeon where it's a room that's designed for everyone to do a thing by themselves, that means that for however many players there are in the game, each one is going to be doing a lot of sitting and doing nothing more than they're going to be doing anything, unless each of the rooms is very fast. If all of these tasks is like a single thing, a dupe and a dap, then that could be fine. Because then it almost just plays out like combat. But if any of these are somewhat complicated, then you enter into this potential issue of there's a lot of sitting and waiting. So you got to be a little careful with that. There isn't anything wrong with doing a dungeon that splits people up. But you want to, if you want to either split it up where everyone's going to be able to be doing something at the same time, or you want to be doing it in a way where the things they're doing are taking up a lot of time. The combat might take too long compared to the other three. Well, however long the combat is doesn't matter so much. What matters is just oh, you're saying combat is, oh, I see, because one is the room of combat. Yeah, but that would probably, even before we read them, that's going to be an important thing to think about. But I like the idea of a room that, another way that you could do that is you could build the challenges in such a way that there needs to be someone doing the challenge, but the other people can help. So you could have something like, the bard is giving bardic inspiration. The ranger is firing an arrow at the contraption to slow the conveyor belt. The wizard is casting haste on you. You could do things where you put them all in the same room. But there has to just be one person doing the task. Excuse me while I cough. Let's take a look. Task of Cunning. This room is small and square, containing 5 bell-shaped vases made of silver. When the door is closed, a simple 8-note melody plays clearly. Each of the vases contains a different amount of blue transparent liquid. The liquid is harmless if ingested, and the levels remain the same no matter how much liquid is removed. If a creature touches a vase with a hand, it rings out a single clear note. Each of the vases plays a different note. The creature can make a DC 15 performance check to attempt to replicate the melody using the vases. On a success, the task is considered complete. On a failure, it's considered failed. Okay, so honestly, this is a good length of a task. And the main anti-chamber is under the effects of silence until the guardian is defeated. That's interesting. That's cool. I like that downside. If all the tasks are like this, then it's probably fine for how long they take. The other thing that you could do, and this is always a thing that I think is worth thinking about. When you are doing something that's like a task or a puzzle, are you making it a task or a puzzle for the player or for the character? This is a puzzle for the character. Or this is a task for the player, for the character. But a way that you could do this is if you wanted to make it a task for the player, is you said it's an 8-note melody. So you could basically you could play like Simon said, like Simon. You could literally be like, you say out loud, blue, red, blue, blue, green, red, blue, green, red, blue. And then they have to copy it. And if they copy it correctly, it's a success. And if they copy it wrong, it's a failure. And you could say it kind of fast. Or something like that. That could also work. If you wanted to make it a little bit more of a vibe. You could also put it on a scale and make it a digital keyboard thing. That is also definitely a thing you could do. Regardless, I do like that if they fail it, it's silence. I also feel, though, that maybe I would not call it the task of cunning. Because I don't feel like cunning and music performance are the same thing. You know? If I was going to write out what I just said, the blue-green bullshit as a task, this is what I would write. I would write, when the door closes, a simple 8-note melody plays clearly. Read the following. And then I would write the phrase that I want them to say. And then I would say, after you say it, do not repeat it. Blah, 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 blah. And then keep going from there. All right, let's see what room 2 does. Task of combat. This room is large and circular, with a sandy floor in the center of the room. There are 2 suits of animated armor. The suits of armor will attack a creature that if it gets within 10 feet of them. If the creature reduces both suits to 0 hit points, the task is considered complete. If a creature is reduced to 0 hit points, they are immediately transported back to the main antechamber with half their hit points, and the task considered failed. If the task is failed, the shield guardian gains a bunch of resistances. Honest question. Why are they fighting 2 suits of animated armor if this adventuring party is also expected to be able to fight a shield guardian? No one, like, animated armor is not that if you are in an adventuring party that is strong enough to fight a shield guardian, unless I'm misremembering a shield guardian, I feel like they have the pretty high CR, right? I might be mixing them up with another monster. Oh, they're not as high CR as I thought they were. I thought they were like CR 12. Might be. I was mixing them up with the Iron Golem, which I actually think is CR 16. Okay, yeah, so I could see how this one could immediately take a little longer. It's a full combat. Are these rooms specific to the characters in the party? August, that's a really good question, and I actually think that the way that, as a dungeon master, I would run this would kind of depend on my party, because I think the way it's written is it does look like they are intended for specific people. But I'm not 100% sure, you know? Did somebody just gift a bunch of memberships? What just happened? Why didn't it show up? If you just gifted memberships or got a membership, say hi and I'll say thank you. I don't know why it didn't show up on my little blickety blop. What I was going to say was you could sort of present these rooms with a little bit more of a wink and a nod to which characters should take which room. So the bard would take the performance one, the fighter would take the combat one. Like you could do that. You could put clues into the dungeon to do that. And that could be fun. But it might be more fun if you don't do that. So you end up in situations where the barbarian has to figure out how to play the music and the bard has to figure out how to fight 2 suits of animated armor, you know? That could also be fun. Let's take a look at room 3. Task of concentration. It would be a lot of work, but if you made a series of rooms that are class specific and specify, you choose 1 room per party member. I mean, it's only a lot of work if you make it for every class. If you just made one for every party member, it's not that much work because you know how many players you have. Yeah, I like it if they go out of roles too. I think that'll be more fun. This room is large and spherical, with a window at the top of it that lets in a beam of light. The light illuminates another lectern. I wish we had like little drawings of these rooms. I don't know what half these words mean. The light illuminates another lectern with a sheaf of parchment atop it. The parchment contains a long string of syllables and in a forgotten tongue. Any creature that sees the parchment knows how to pronounce what is written on it. If a creature attempts to read the passage out loud, the room starts to shake and the air pressure starts to build. The creature must make a series of DC 15 intelligence saving throws until they succeed or fail twice. On a success, the task is considered complete. On a failure, the task is considered failed, and the Shield Guardian is under the effects of the Blur spell. Okay, two things. One, I don't like that some of these tasks are one check and some of them are two. I would try to make them more balanced in what they are across the board. Also, I do worry how some of these features would stack. Like, Blur plus damage resistance is a lot. You know? So I might tweak how these features sit on top of each other. Let's see what the fourth one is. Task of Courage. This room is enshrouded in magical darkness that cannot be pierced by any means. The darkness seems to seep into a creature, giving them horrific hallucinations. The creature must make a series of DC 15 wisdom saves. Yeah, why is this just one check and these ones are two? And why are these ones so much the same thing? If they fail, the task is considered a fail, and the Shield Guardian can cast Fear. Cool. I like I like it can cast Fear. I would do more stuff like this, and less stuff like damage resistance and Blur, or maybe Blur for one of these and something else for the other. Inside the Shield Guardian is an amulet of health and a magical core that powers the creature that functions as a pearl of power. Cool. This is a really cool idea for a dungeon. What I love about this idea so much is it's so easy to plug and play into other things. Like, this could be a trial room that a adventuring guild makes new people have to get through in order to prove that they can be an adventuring party. This could be, you know, there's so many, I don't know, that was just the first thing that popped in my head, but there's so many different things that this could be. And I really like that. I like it. It's like it's not really a I mean, it's like, it's not a whole, I mean, it's not a dungeon, but it is a 5-room dungeon in that there are 5 individual sort of tasks that are happening and they're all a little different. But it almost is like it almost could be a room in a dungeon. Reading or failing the tasks has an impact on the final encounter is nice. I agree. I posted it, I don't know if it's on the Discord. I can post it again in the chat, though. Here it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Honestly, I think the biggest deal here in terms of what I would think is worth thinking about is each of these rooms is kind of just a saving throw or a skill check. None of these are requiring or allowing the player to do anything clever or cheeky or creative to solve the problem. So I would maybe try to make more space for that. I don't know if I would put solving the problem just behind a saving throw and an ability check. I might try to present it in more of an open-ended way or give room for interpretation of how somebody could get their way out. Because if the whole room just boils down to a check, then the whole dungeon is kind of just, you know, make 3 skill checks / saving throws and then fight a monster and then fight another monster, you know? Audio is glitching? Are you sure audio is glitching? It might just be your audio. But it's a really, it's a cool idea. How is audio glitching? What's happening? What's wrong with the audio? Maybe it's, I think it sounds like, it seems like it's happening on YouTube. I would maybe refresh. Because it sounds like it's a YouTube issue. What is it doing? Are we still submitting dungeons? Yeah, you can submit one if you want to. How is it glitching? Tell me the glitch. Anyway, that is Gem Jar's very plug and play dungeon. I fucking love a plug and play dungeon. These things are so easy to get into something. This is good dungeon to plug into stuff. Gem Jar, if you haven't posted in the Discord, post it in the Discord. But also, let's give a round of applause. Yeah, it sounds like whatever audio glitches are happening are on the end of the user. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. Okay. The only concern I have is that I'm not sure it's explained how you get inside. It wasn't really explained how you get inside. My guess is that it's just a room you walk into. Maybe posted in stream events. I don't know. We don't have a channel for dungeons. Maybe we should make a channel for dungeons. Hey, mods. Any mod that's watching that's a mod in the Discord. If you want to create a new channel for dungeons that people can share their dungeons in, you are more than welcome to. And then Gemjar can post it there. I will try to remember to do that later if nobody wants to. Boo! Fluffcopter. Fluffcopter. Let's see what kind of dungeon little Fluffy has for us today. Warning! This dungeon may or may not make players hate you. I genuinely don't know. Okay, that's a good warning. If you're going to make your players hate you, it's best to be prepared. The Temple of Trickery. The 5-room dungeon. Here it is in YouTube if you want to take a look. Here it is on Twitch if you want to take a look. I'm not sure if you did it right, but you made an attempt. An attempt is doing it right. As I mentioned in the forum, everything is up to interpretation. There's very little room for error. Or there's plenty of room for error. There is an error. The only way it would be an error would be if you submitted a subclass, which 4 of you did. Temple of Trickery, a 5-room dungeon. While tracking down the great necromancer Cranius, the party discovered he managed to escape into the Shadowfell, where he can safely plot his evil schemes. Fortunately, rumors abound of a magical mirror that allows for interplanar travel. It is said to be hidden in a mysterious temple, from which none have returned alive. Now it is time for a party to test their might against the tomb, if they want to catch Cranius in time. Okay, so the only thing that I would say is I like the bit about it's a little bit if I was gonna post this publicly, unless Cranius becomes part of the plot, I would just cut all the Cranius stuff out. And I would just keep the details of there's a magic mirror that allows for interplanar travel and it's hidden. And then you could give like reasons why people might want to go. But if you like Cranius, keep him. Did any return dead? This is true. Maybe some did. What's up, Law of Hacksaw? Nice to pop in. By the way, what weapon type is your favorite and why? My favorite weapon type? Probably deep-seated emotional trauma. Because it really kind of just puts an end to things, usually. It either puts an end to things or it dramatically escalates. And I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You know what I mean? What's up, Scarlet? Scarlet, we're looking at dungeons that people made. How you doing? Scarlet, are you streaming tonight? Oh, you're going to be on D & Denial's channel to play Shadowrun. Okay. Well, we're looking at dungeons. And we're looking at a Temple of Trickery, which might make your players really upset with you. If anybody wants to read it along at home also. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in the tube. Yeah, you can watch this tomorrow. Go to bed. I like Cranius too. Steph said she liked Cranius. Cranius is a really fun name. The only reason why I was saying maybe pull out the specific stuff is it does... If you don't need Cranius to run the dungeon... That's all. That's all I'm saying. If you don't need Cranius to run the dungeon. Snakes and Ladders, great board game. You have to plan 2 encounters this week. High-level Minotaur Labyrinth encounter. A high-level Minotaur and Labyrinth encounters are hard to run well. Oh, man, I hate running Labyrinth encounters. Oh, they're tedious. They can be tedious. And you're doing a cockroach ambush? You don't really need to plan a cockroach ambush that much, right? Just throw a bunch of cockroaches in there. Boom. No. Fluffcopter, I don't think you need to retcon Cranius. I think it's fun. I just think that I would maybe move Cranius to a plot hook potential. Like, here's a plot hook you could use. Okay. A 2-headed Sphinx. Schlinks. Spaginks. You want to be cool? You are cool. The temple's entrance has 2 identical doors. Does that mean... I'm assuming you mean identical there? Identical doors. And between them stands a large statue depicting a sphinx with 2 heads. When approached, the heads begin to speak in unison. Half of me speaks the truth. The other half lies. One door leads to treasure. The other leads to misfortune. The party can ask as many questions as they want to either head, trying to figure out which is the liar and which door it leads inside. This is a futile attempt. Both heads only speak in technical half-truths, and both doors lead to the next room and into the Temple of Trickery. Dude, okay. That is very funny. That is very funny. The only question that I would have, because I do love this. I have one question, because I'm trying to think about how I would use this in the game. What do you mean by what literally in chat, you can answer here because I don't know. What is a technical half-truth? Like, how would they always answer in technical half-truths? I don't know how I would do that. What does that mean? You know? And I don't know how the players would figure that out either. I understand that it's technically true, but not really. I think it would be hard to run. I think I would almost want to have some examples in the text of like suggestions of ways to answer. Because it would just be a little tricky to run, but it's a very funny idea. All right, let's take a look at what happens when they enter the temple. A feast of faith. As they enter the temple, the party encounters a large round table seated by 5 animated suits of armor with no men to occupy them. Seated by. This is maybe seated by is a weird. I don't think that's how I would phrase that. But okay, you got a table with 5 suits of armor around it. The armors laugh and holler at each other while eating from empty plates. Clinging, non-existing cups. Clinking, not clinging. Clinging is like I grasp. Clinking is I slam together. Clinking non-existent cups together and lighting empty candle holders. Upon noticing the party, the armors challenge the intruders and rush in to attack. The party will quickly realize the armors cannot be damaged by conventional means, but they will be damaged by imaginary attacks. The party can pretend to be using any weapon or cast any spell, and the armor will believe it is real and be affected by it as a result. Okay. This is another one that is very fun and I think very funny, but I think we're missing an important part here. And I don't know if the part needs to be here if you were running this for your home game, because you might be able to just make it up. But I do think it would be good to have here if you were trying to put here, which is what a lot of people in chat are asking, which is how would they figure that out? You know? August, you're being annoying, so I'm putting you in timeout. There's a couple ways you could do it, I think. I think the food and the candles and stuff are definitely a hint. I think other things that you could do is you could have the door to the room have like a banner across it that has some sort of name that has to do with imagination or dreams or something. You know, in this realm, dreams hold, you talk about the power of dreams. Something like that. I think it would be good to mention the armors are attacking with imaginary weapons as well, as a hint that the party can try the same. That's a good idea too. Yes. Having the army attack with having them attack with imaginary weapons, cool. But the core idea, I fucking love. It's a really fun puzzle. I wouldn't have them feel stronger after chugging an imaginary potion. I don't think that would be. I think that would be fluff. I think keep it simpler. Have them fight with imaginary weapons, and then maybe have literally like a banner over the table that says like, the Dream Team or something. I don't know, something like that. But having a little bit of a clue, I think, is important, or suggestions on what the Dungeon Master could do as clues. One of the two. Dream Team. Yeah. But so far, Fluff, I don't think either of these would piss off a party if a Dungeon Master was having fun with it and wasn't being a dick about it. To believe is to feel. Yeah, that's a great one. The imagination found as children is a form of magic all itself. I don't think I would put that on a banner. I think it's a little long, but yeah, you could definitely put something like that. All right, let's take a look at the Lost in the Woods. This dungeon, fluff. I love the idea of the trickery. So far, both of these are really fun tricks. I think that your concern about players not liking this is not a real big concern. Personally. I think maybe some players might be like, but my players would fucking love this. They would get very eye-rolly. But the other thing is that probably after the second one, they'd be like, oh, shit, I need to be, like, looking for tricks. This is a trickery temple, of course. They'd be like, you know, they'd sort of start to get in that right headspace for it after a room or two. Next, we have Lost in the Woods. The dining room extends out to a long, straight hallway. As the party walks down the hallway, the walls slowly give way to greenery and trees. We need some grammar between here. Because this is basically a second sentence. So put a comma or something here. And trees begin to appear out of the darkness ahead. Before they know it, the party find themselves in a seemingly endless forest. And they get, literally, you do it here. You see how you put a comma here when you continue the sentence? That is what you're supposed to do here too. And they get lost. In fact, because that's two sentences doing that same thing. In fact, both of these sentences have the exact same grammar structure. After the thing, and then a phrase, and then an and then another phrase. Before a thing, and then a phrase, and then and another phrase. So break up that sentence structure. Don't have two sentences in a row that are exactly the same sentence structure. Before they know it, the party finds themselves in a seemingly endless forest, and they get lost in it with no clear way out. Yeah, fix this. This sentence is chonky. This sentence is chonky at the end. This sentence is chonky in the middle. Logos Intellect, thank you for the prime. That was very kind of you. All paths just lead to more trees. It is only when one of the party members decide to turn back and look behind them that they will notice a small log cabin which has been conveniently sitting there the entire time. Cool. Okay, I like this quite a bit. I think you need to figure out how to make all of these ideas, like, cut this sentence basically in half. And then I think you'll be in a better spot. They get lost in it is also weird. I would just say that before they know it, the party finds themselves in a seemingly endless forest. Period. Seemingly endless forest with no clear way out. Period. Why were you on timeout? Because you were just repeating someone's name over and over again, and it was annoying. Complain more. Let's see what's going on. I think it's pretty solid though. I like how turning around to look could happen very quickly. Why not make it a decision to try to head back the other way they came? Ooh, Lady Azella, that's a good idea. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe it's only when they decide to turn back and go the other way. I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, because they could just sort of turn and walk in a circle immediately. In fact, by that nature, you probably don't want to have them get lost in the woods. You probably just want to have the path that they're on go on forever. Because if they're lost in the woods, they're just not going to know how to turn back, right? Because they're going to be lost. Like, they don't, how do you know, you don't know how to turn back if you're lost. You're lost. So don't make it turn back. They're on the path. Yeah, just keep them on a path. And they only find the place if they turn around. You could also maybe have them find the place if they decide to go off the path. Because if they're playing for a long time and they start going off the path, I think that's also a reasonable solution. You know, I feel like there's similar logic to going off the path working in the same way as turning around. That's why you talk to the walking sentinel stick to ask the trees. What's the sentient stick? What if you make it to where they have to give up looking for a way out? That's going to, I think, take it away from being fun. That's when it becomes not. I think that's the difference between it being fun and it being annoying. Or maybe not annoying, but frustrating, you know? Maybe force them to split up? I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. I think it's fine as is. Let's look at fight with furniture. Inside the cabin is a single, finely furnished writer's room with the fabled magic mirror on the wall across the doorway. As the party enters, the tiny typewriter, small chair, and medium table at the center of the room spring to life and start attacking. They are secretly controlled by an invisible pixie using the animate object spell, which she can cast without concentration. The pixies will fight alongside the furniture while concentrating on being invisible. If 2 objects are defeated before the pixie, she will expend her final use of animate objects to animate a large bookshelf. That's a lot of animate objects. It's a powerful spell. If the pixie remains without animated furniture, she will reveal herself before flying off between the floorboards. This is Fluffcopter's piece. Okay. I like this one too. I'm going to be honest, Fluff, and I don't mean this in any negative. I don't know what the solution is, but I do kind of wish there was a trick to this one too, in solving it, rather. I guess the trick is that you could kill the pixie. But this does feel like the most straightforward of the rooms so far. I don't think the paragraph is super clunky. I think it's probably mostly fine. I think it's if the 2 objects are defeated, I think it gets clunky at the end. Why I actually think it's clunky? Because you're describing it as if you're introducing it to the players, but you need to describe it like the Dungeon Master. The players, like, before you describe these things as springing to life, describe to the Dungeon Master that there is an invisible pixie in the room, and as soon as the players enter the room, it casts animate objects targeting 2 small objects and 1 medium object, or something like that. But I would start explaining it from the perspective of how the Dungeon Master should use it. I think that would help. Maybe if you use each object for their original purpose, they turn back to mundane objects. That's really funny. What happens if the player decides they want to go through the floor after the pixie? My guess is that they would smash it. They would smash the floor open and they would chase after her into the woods. You don't need to necessarily account for that when you're making a dungeon. That's one of those things where, like, this is a detail that you throw into a dungeon so that the dungeon master can decide they want to use it or not use it. If the dungeon master decides they want to use it, it could turn into a whole thing. Maybe there's a crazy NPC pixie that's a big part of the game. If the dungeon master doesn't want to use it, they smash through the floorboards and they squish the pixie. You know? I kind of like Matt Thorne's idea because it's so stupid, but it's also amazing. Make the furniture a magical mimic that conjures the image of a pixie raising furniture to fight for it to confuse the party. So what the party sees when they enter is a pixie casting a spell on a chest and then making the chest come to life and the chest start attacking. But anybody that attacks the pixie is just attacking an illusion because the chest that's attacking is actually just the thing that summoned the pixie. That's very funny. Lork, thank you for the 20. That is very kind. I have come today to implant a horrible idea in your head. Autonome's Forge Cleric that's just a 3D printer and his trusted monk plasmoid friend called Grease. That's a great combo. Why not make the shack a mimic itself? Because you don't need the whole shack to attack. You could just have the items in the house attacking. All right, let's see what the last one is. Through the Looking Glass. The final room. At last, the mirror is secured. The party can now grab their prize and head to... where? As they open the cabin door, the party realizes... the forest outside is very different than the one they walked through getting in. In fact, it seems much more magical and odd than any land they've ever seen. Be more specific in giving details here. Don't be vague. Even if the people aren't going to use the details, details helps spark imagination. In fact, the trees have a strange blue tone, and the sky is a silvery orange. You know, just something weird. The good news is the mirror works. The bad news is the party is now stuck in the Feywild and must find a way to escape. I like that a lot as an ending. I think probably if I were you, I would clarify how they can make the mirror work. Because isn't the mirror designed for interplanar travel? Like, wasn't that the whole thing? So if the mirror is designed for interplanar travel, why couldn't they just use the mirror immediately to get out? August! You fucking dingle-dongle. I timed you out because you were just repeating yourself. And then when you came back... you know what you're doing again? Just fucking repeating yourself. And do you know what you're doing again now? Just fucking repeating yourself. I've said it 3 times. You're either trolling or you need to think about what I'm saying more. So I'm putting you in timeout again. Putting you in timeout for 10 minutes. Stop just repeating yourself. It just makes it seem like you're spamming the chat. That's why. Okay? Come on, man. Fluff. This is really fun, dude. I think this is a solid dungeon. I could very easily see myself using this. I also think that what you did here is very clever. You did something very smart. And I think it's something that a lot of people could take ideas from. It's the temple of... It's also like, duh. But it's the kind of thing where every single one of these traps or tricks, or every single one of these rooms, is easier to solve if you just remember that it's the temple of trickery. You know? If you keep in your head that it's the temple of trickery, all of this stuff is going to be making you second guess a little bit, and you're going to be better prepared for all of these encounters. So there's definitely a couple little things to tweak, maybe some structural things I'd move around a little bit, but overall, very fun 5-room dungeon. All right, here. If you guys want, if you guys didn't get a copy of it before, there it is. Let's give a big round of applause to Fluffcopter for the Trickery Temple dungeon. Very fun Seaman dungeon. I would not do a reverse boss fight where you have to heal them to hurt them, because it's likely that most of your characters won't be able to do anything then, because not everybody can heal in D&D. Every single person can harm in D&D. All right, let's see. I wonder if we got anybody new submitting anything. We might not. It might just be a night. Oh, we got two. Okay. Yeah, it definitely was more about the twist than the fight in most circumstances there. Get that twisty twist going. Twist it up and twist it out. Twist, I hardly know her. Okie dokie. Ready? What do you guys think? So far, listen. I knew this was going to be a different stream than a regular homebrew review, because when you're looking at a dungeon, it's a little bit different in terms of like how you're going to balance it. And because of the limitations that I put, there is not a lot of room for people to do a lot of like super micromanaging of features, which might be where there's a lot of like, oh, that's too strong, it's too weak, or whatever. When we're reviewing dungeons, we're almost reviewing like higher level game design, you know? Because we're not super nuanced as, oh, are 3 goblins too hard here? It's more about like, how does this feel in its totality to play? What is the story it's trying to tell? What is the point of this tool? Do you know what I mean? Besides druids, healers, alchemists, and cooks, is there any form of applied healing in D&D? There's health potions, but you don't just automatically get them. And there's no guarantee that you even have health potions in the game you're running. The way that healing works in D&D is that there are a handful of classes that get access to healing spells. And there are some items that can do healing, but that's about it. But there are many, many classes that don't get any healing. And a lot of classes will or won't get healing depending on the way you build them. And it's not good to assume that they're going to take healing, you know? You could be a druid and not do any healing. You could be a bard and not do any healing. You could be a cleric and not do any healing. Oh, that was a weird burp. All right, I do need to cough. Give me a second. Thanks for all the info on the channel. Thanks for all the info on your channel. Boo. We got Vickers. First time doing a dungeon, really tried to keep it simple and thematic. That's great. I love a first time dungeon doer. Here it is in the old Twitch box. Here it is in those tube boxes. The Iron Tomb. Prepare yourselves for the Iron Tomb. The Iron Tomb is a large metal building in the style of a Greek temple with an angular roof. With an angular roof? I think you mean roof. Do you mean the word roof here? With an angular roof and huge columns. The building has two huge metal doors. Don't use the word huge 2 sentences in a row. With the words "be gone" carved onto them. Is this 2 words or 1 word? I would say the word if it's 1 word. Carved onto the front. To open the door, a player must pass a DC 16 strength check. You don't need to say to open again, because you said to open at the beginning. And I would also probably let them make an athletics check, not a strength check. Whenever you're asking characters to make specific types of skill checks, it is good to give them the specific skill that the check is being used for, as opposed to the stat. Because if you use the skill, then you can also apply things like... whatchamahoosit. If you use the skill, then you can also apply... proficiency bonuses, expertise, that sort of thing. Stream has not crashed, dude. You're having issues with your computer. Number 1 tip for first-time dungeon master. Number 1 tip would be make sure that you're having fun and your players are having fun, and that's what matters most. Everyone having fun is the most important part. What if they don't make the check? Should they be able to access another way? I might say if they don't make the check, then the players can, like, work for, you know, I don't know, some amount of time to, like, manual labor pry it open, and it would take some amount of time or something like that. Would a good second tip be run some modules so you know how to design stuff? If you want to. I don't think you need to. I think you could just look at monster manual stuff. I tried to run a module, and I just couldn't because I didn't like it. I liked making stuff up more, but you can do whatever you want. Okay, so you get a strength check to push it open. This is not an I have seen there are some dungeons that are designed by Wizards of the Coast that basically open this way. So you could have it open this way. There's a lot of ways that you can accomplish getting a skill check. But again, we don't want it to be a strength check. We want it to be an athletics check. What you could also do is you could also be like, you know, maybe there is a DC 15 strength. Maybe there's like a DC 15 strength check to open the door, but there's a DC 20 perception check to spot a hidden lever to open the door. So if you don't get the strength check, maybe somebody could roll higher on the perception check to find the secret door lever. You know, you can just always do stuff like that. Love the hacksaw. What you're describing is not how the rules of D&D work. So you're giving advice that I would argue is not good advice for a first-time dungeon master. Realistically, they're not going to be dealing with Wish. They're not going to be dealing with bag of holding, arrow shenanigans. Your advice is like the meme advice. We don't need, you know what I mean? You're going to scare the new dungeon master away, or guide them down a road of chaos. Let's take a look at these rooms. Room 1, the entrance hall. Upon entering the building, put a comma after the word building, the player is in a... The characters find themselves in a 100-foot-long rectangular room with stairs down... with two large bull statues standing next to it on the far side. What the fuck is this sentence trying to say? Who made this? Vickers, you are shooting yourself in the foot with your sentence structure here. You are really making this hard to understand. It's a 100-foot long room, but how wide is it? How tall is it? Why do we get one dimension, not the others? It has stairs that go down to where? And then there's two large bull statues standing next to it. What is the it that they're standing next to? Marcus, realistically, you want to ignore like 99% of what Hacksaw is saying, just so you know. I'd probably just be safe and ignore all of it. Next to the stairway? But what stairway? Like, the stairways that lead down? But where are they in the room? Like, that's what I'm saying. This is just, the wording is confusing. So I would probably say something like this. Upon entering the building, the players find themselves in a room that is 100 feet long, 20 feet high, and 30 feet wide. At the far end of the room, there is a large stairwell leading down. And on either side of the room are two large bull statues, period. But you know what I mean? You have to, like, set... If you're not going to give us a map, maybe you gave us a map. If you're not going to give us a map, you need to really figure out your sentence structure, because this ain't going to work. Yes, this is still live, for sure. In the room, there are many statues of warriors fighting or fleeing, and skeletons litter the floor. A DC 12 medicine or arcana check will reveal that the statues are actually petrified people. To open the doors at the back, I didn't even know there were doors at the back. So where are the stairs? Okay, we're going to move on from that. The front door must be closed first if somebody... Oh my god. I'm going to be really honest with you, dude. It's fucking hard to read this. It hurts me how bad this punctuation is. This is one sentence. Why? To open the doors at the back, the front door must be closed first. Period. If someone attempts to open the rear door while the front doors are open, they fail, and the front door groans with a creak to indicate the doors are linked. Okay, I think that you can probably cut this sentence literally in half. When the front doors are closed, both bull statues awaken and are hostile gorgons. Once the front doors are closed, the door to the next room can be opened by passing a DC 16 athletics check. Okay, so what it sounds like you're trying to do is create a situation where you have to, like, sprint down a hallway to open a door before a bunch of gorgons kill you. Which is cool. I would try to express that more clearly in the writing here. And at the end of the day, you are wasting a lot of words with fairly long and vague sentences. ChatGPT is not going to clean this up. ChatGPT is going to continue helping you be a shitty writer. Every single time you use ChatGPT to help you clean up your writing, you are also choosing to become a shittier writer yourself, just so you know. It's like those people that get those fake muscles injected under their real muscles to make their muscles look bigger, but it makes them, like, way weaker in real life and is, like, very bad for them in the long term. You can absolutely cheese it by having one person at the front and one person at the back. I think that's good too, because realistically, they're not going to understand how it works initially, right? They're going to understand how it works after they try to, because they're not going to think to close the front door. What's up, Zipper? What's up, Zipper and Disney? Welcome. By the way, is the on-screen chat like Twitch or YouTube memberships? The on-screen chat is Twitch. Because Twitch doesn't like it if we show other chat on stream. What's up, Rob's Imagination? How's it going? Where to find that? It's on my Twitch channel. Twitch.tv/CinderBlocksally. Tom, I brought you here? Nice. Welcome. All right, let's take a look at the second room. We're looking at dungeons. Yeah, that's right. It's all bots. The whole chat is bots. You didn't know? Let's take a look at room 2, the basin. The next room is a 30-foot circular room lined with narrow metal pillars. With metal... God damn it. End your fucking sentence. The next room is a 30-foot circular room lined with narrow metal pillars with a metal door opposite of the entrance. Okay, that's kind of fine. But even still, with narrow, with... if you just even having the width so close to another width is like... it makes the sentence seem too long. You know what I mean? In the center of the room is a metal basin of green liquid on a pedestal. Inside the basin is a knife blade attached to a hinge to form a lever. A skeleton lies against the pedestal with its hand in the basin. With a DC medicine check, the liquid can be identified as wyvern poison. Ooh. Okay. You're not a robot? If you say so. Yeah, 30-foot radius or diameter. Good point. Thank you, James. Okay. Okay. Knife on a hinge, medicine check, poison in a liquid. Attempting to pull the lever requires... What lever? Is the knife a lever? Oh, I see. I might describe it as a lever where the handle of the lever is a knife blade, as opposed to describing it as a knife blade that is a lever. I think describing it as a lever for us is going to be easier. I think it's going to make it read a little bit stronger. Attempting to pull the lever requires a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or DC 15 sleight of hand check. Why? A failure on this roll 1 slashing damage from the blade. What the fuck? What are you trying to say? A failure on this roll 1 slashing damage from the blade and take 7 poison damage from the wyvern player and the... Okay. Here's what you're going to say. Attempting to pull the lever requires a DC 15 sleight of hand check. Or I would rather say this. When a creature pulls the lever, they must make a DC 15 sleight of hand check. Period. On a failure, they take 1 slashing damage and 7d6 poison damage and are poisoned for the next hour or the next 10 minutes or something like that. Period. Simplify it to that sentence that I just said. Because this is too many fucking words. It's also too strong. It's also confusing. You don't need to make a sleight of hand check to pull the lever. I think anyone can pull the lever. The sleight of hand check is to determine whether or not you are damaged by pulling the lever. If drained, the basin contains 6 vials of wyvern poison. That's nice. Pulling the bladed lever will open the door to the next room. Okay. So, it's just a lever in poison that's hard to pull. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunately, I'm sort of losing this. There's less steam when it's so wordy. You know? Yeah, Tom. All right, let's take a look at the Room 3 Armory. The room is a 60-foot square room. The walls are lined with dozens of suits of high-quality armor. In the center of the room is a motionless shield defender. And behind him is a dummy wearing a suit of adamantine chainmail armor and an ornate golden amulet. A DC 14 Arcana check will reveal that wearing the amulet grants the wearer control of the shield guardian. Oh, very, very strong. Moving forward into the room 10 feet will cause the shield guardian to become hostile. If the shield guardian takes damage, the 12 suits of armor along the walls reveal themselves as animated armor and attack. The door to the next room will open when someone wearing or holding the golden amulet approaches the door. Where is the shield guard defender and where is the golden amulet with the suit of armor? Because that's kind of important. It's a big room. Okay, I'm going to be honest. This kind of feels the same as this. I probably would try to do something different here. Because this room is like, you open a door and you try to get to the end and then you get at the other door. This is kind of the same thing, right? Where it's like, it's just another big monster fight where it's sort of a race to get to the end. And it's like an intentionally very difficult fight that you hopefully want to just sort of run through. Are you still in control no matter where you are in the room or only when within 10 feet or less? I don't know. I'm assuming not, but I'm assuming you are, but I don't know. Battlemaster doesn't get a companion? We're not talking about Battlemaster. We're talking about this thing. Unless you're talking about something else and talking about somebody in the chat. Oh, hey guys, how does a Battle Master's companion interact with Gauntlets of Ogre Power? Oh, you're answering Mothman's question. Yeah, they don't interact with Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Gauntlets of Ogre Power only affect the wielder. And if your Battle Master has a companion, their magic stuff doesn't automatically transfer. Battlesmith, same thing. They don't transfer. The only other thing I would say is 12 animated suits of armor is a lot of minions to have in a fight at the same time also. I feel like this could be a little tedious of a room. I don't know. I'm not really sure what the vibe of this is supposed to feel like. I'm assuming he means shield. He means shield guardian. He just wrote the wrong thing. Let's take a look at the next room. Oh, and also, the reason why this takes up so much space is because your sentences are so fucking crazy long. So, you're going to be able to squeeze this in if you can just tighten your writing in. And, yeah, I don't really know what the vibe of this is supposed to be. I don't really know what the vibe of the whole place is supposed to be, if I'm being honest. So, that's one thing that I would say, is that I'm not sure what the fantasy of this dungeon is supposed to be. The idea of the room is probably a bunch of living armors. Wow. What a brilliant piece of helpful insight you just shared. Maybe the room that has armor is the armor room. Okay, cool. It says Greek temple, but it feels more appropriate to be a barracks. I mean, yeah, it just doesn't feel like anything, right? It just feels like a bunch of magical suits of armor. I'm not sure what that, like, that doesn't mean, that's nothing. Too many words equals not enough time spent editing, often is the case. I joined late, but is there a theme throughout the rooms or random? The intro that they gave is that it's a large metal building with Greek temple style architecture. So there's not really a theme. Or if there's a theme, I'm not really seeing it. Next we have the Forge. The room is a 90-foot wide circular. Again, is it a radius or a diameter? Massive forge with complex controls and huge crucible that is radiating heat. In the center of the room is a 30-foot diameter. How come do you understand to say diameter here but not fucking here? What is going on, my guy? I feel like you are severely hampering yourself with lack of editing. The pool of water is sloping from shallow to the edge, at the edge to 20 feet deep at the center, with a 5-foot wide grate at the bottom. Passing a DC 12 investigation or perception check on the forge can reveal a large red lever that seems to be the on switch for the forge. What does that mean? Just say a large red lever. You don't need to say it's... How does something seem to be the on switch? Does it say on? Passing a DC 18 perception check or investigation check will reveal a smaller blue lever that, when pulled, drains the water from the basin. Why is it so hard to spot that lever? Where is it? Pulling the large lever will pour the crucible into the pool of water, causing a huge cloud of steam that makes the room heavily obscured for 2 turns, then lightly obscured for the next 10 minutes. Creatures in the room during the duration are vulnerable to lightning damage and resistant to fire damage. 1 turn after the lever is pulled, an iron golem rises from the pool of water. If the basin is drained of the water before the lever is pulled, then there is no steam, but the golem deals an additional 1d10 fire damage on its melee weapon attacks. What are we doing in this room? I don't understand. How do we get out of this room? Is the getting out of the room at the bottom of the basin? Okay, so what's happening here is actually very simple. you're just taking, your writing is making it complicated to get through. I'd say the biggest thing about this, aside from the writing, is that it doesn't have much identity. I'm specifically reminded of something Cinder said it needs to have, which is the reason for the dungeon to exist. Yeah, I mean, any one of these rooms is kind of an interesting room independently, but they don't really feel like they build into something right now. And it's also very kind of one note, right? Like we're fighting just a bunch of metal dudes over and over again in kind of like minorly different circumstances. But basically what this one does is there's like a big forge with 2 levers. Each one you have to make a skill check to spot. Or one you have to make a skill check to... No, each one you have to make a skill check to spot. And if you do, you can pull them and then you can do stuff. I would probably not make you require a skill check to spot the levers. I'd probably just make you see them. I feel like we're getting a lot of stuff that's just flat behind skill checks, which is kind of like old school D&D design, but it can get a little tedious if everything is just a single skill check and there's not like any nuance to it. If I were you, I probably would have them immediately spot the levers and then let them like play with them to figure out what they could do. Let's take a look at the final room, the workshop. Below the pool of water behind the grate is a door to a secret workshop. This workshop room is a 30-foot square. At the far side is a large work desk. Behind the desk is a long dead corpse wearing clockwork armor with an advanced magical prosthesis for a left hand and a bunch of other stuff. Passing a DC 16 Arcana check will reveal you got a manual of... Okay, you just got a bunch of magic items. A bunch of sort of contraption-based magic items. Shit, there's a fucking lot of magic items. Why? Okay, you're overdoing the magic items. Manual of iron golems, and iron flask, and fucking clockwork armor, which is some homebrew nonsense, I'm sure. I would be very careful with... I wouldn't give it quite this much. On the left wall are shelves lined with crates and a shit ton of valuable stuff. And more checks behind noticing magic items. You get a robe of shielding. Okay, so I kind of understand what the plot is supposed to be by the time I get here, because I see it's all this clockwork stuff. You got to tie clockwork stuff into this way earlier. If this is supposed to be a clockwork sort of like I'm a robot building dungeon, then if I were you... And if it's a clockwork robot building dungeon where the guy who built the place is long dead, I would lean into that in the design. Like, what happens to an automated building if the person who automates it dies? Do the robots just sort of overproduce? Do they slowly start falling apart but continue to go through the motions? Like, what happens? You know what I mean? So I think sort of guiding that to help focus it in a little bit more would help give this thing a lot more style to it. And honestly might help you focus some of these encounters a little bit more. Oh, hey, Gina. What's up, buddy? How's it going? I do these sorts of streams all the time, James. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I know, Gina. It's been a while, buddy. Gina, tonight we're looking at dungeons that people designed. I want to see some cool gear stuff too. Maybe a broken gear circuit for one of the doors that the players need to reassemble. Yeah, that kind of thing could work. But we should be seeing that flavor more throughout. And I think that will help focus the design a little bit too. If this is like an old artificer's workshop who has like all these robots that do stuff for him, but he's dead now and the robots are still just sort of puttering away, you know? Have fun in your home game. May you summon many foul beasts and slay many sunshiny heroes. Oh, I think we are going to do more Dungeon Master focused ones. I'm not sure how we're going I think if we do more dungeons, they'll have to, I don't think they'll be 5-room dungeons specifically, but they'll have to be short. But I might also do things like design a single puzzle room. Also, we're not even designing whole dungeons. We're designing like a single encounter so people can, you know, take enough space to write out a more complicated thing if they want. Alrighty. Thank you very much, Vickers, for sharing. You are going to be doing yourself a huge favor by spending a little bit more time on your grammar and sentence structure, and by allowing the theme of your dungeon to shine through a little bit more in the design, both in terms of like the challenges, but also like just the aesthetic of the place. All right. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, James, I try to post the themes of the stuff for the week in the community tab on YouTube, but I also post them on my Discord. I have like a schedule. So if you're not in my Discord, that's probably the best place to keep up to date with what's happening. We just finished looking at your dungeon, Dylan. Basically, the main feedback was your sentence structure was kind of fucked, and it made it hard to get into it emotionally. And we felt like the vibe of the clockwork, like old artificer workshop should be shining through more throughout the piece. And we felt like it didn't really link in that's what the vibe was until the end. So a little bit more in terms of the way of the design of like building the puzzles and just the atmosphere of the place around what would happen if if an old artificer died, but his workshop sort of continued living after him. You were trying to cut and cut to get the size closer to a page. Brother, you did not cut enough, because a lot of my feedback was this is like 3 sentences to say something you could say in 1 sentence. But you can go watch it later and you'll get it. Regardless, fun idea. Definitely needs a little bit cleaning up. And I think a little bit of focus of theme. All right. Thank you, Vickers. Yeah, I will also say, we're done reviewing your piece now, so I'm not going to get into the weeds with it, but saying that it was badly written because you were trying to cut it down to fit is not an excuse. That's the same as saying, I didn't do a good job designing it to fit how long it needed to be, so I had to write it badly. It's the same thing. So, no excuses needed, but don't give them either. Very neat concept, I agree. I like the story. I mean, the story is really cool. The story of an artificer with an automated home who dies, and then the home continues after him is fucking awesome. I want to see a little bit more of that shine through. Boo! Next is the actual sun. There's one person in the YouTube chat who is literally just having a conversation with themselves. I'm glad you're able to figure that out. It was inspired by Ray Bradbury's "There Will Come Soft Rains, which I taught my class to last week. Oh, that's very cool. Is Ray Bradbury? Not Beadbury, surely. I don't know who Ray Beadbury is. But I'm sure Ray Beadbury is a person, maybe. All right, let's see. Hey, Cinder, prepare to enter the whimsical keep of Silas, the silly, where things don't quite make sense. It's not super advanced, but that's okay. We're not here for the super advanced. Ray Bradbury is one of my favorite authors. I think The Martian Chronicles is like one of the best short story compendiums and like a compendium that tells a larger story ever. There it is in the YouTube. There it is in the Twitch. This is called The Keep of Silas the Silly. It's a good name. Oh, is this what you were worried about for the style of writing? This is fine, dude. And we get a little map. All right, we are going to be referencing the map because you gave us a map. So this is room 1. A map is an incredibly powerful tool. You save so many words. So many words if you can reference a picture. Like, it makes writing your piece stupidly easier. Fahrenheit 451 is good for sure, but I don't think it's my favorite of his books. I like his more horror sci-fi books. The Illustrated Man is really good. Something Wicked This Way Comes is really fun. Something Wicked This Way Comes is like about an evil carnival that eats your souls. How many words would you say that picture is worth? I don't know. How many words does it take to say, didn't you say you have D&D, Gina? I'm just kidding. Oh, Gina. Gina and her partner in the game they're playing in tonight play a bone priest and some sort of undead Grim Reaper style fighter. And they had some like art commissioned of their characters. I love when people get art commissioned of their characters, but they're like together because they kind of have similar vibes. Oh God, the art looks so fucking cool. And it's Pathfinder, so they can get really weird with it. Ugh. I never could get into Shakespeare. I tried. There were some aspects, some of the movie versions where you could actually watch the play had some good moments, but not for me. All right, let's take a look at this dungeon. Keep of Silas the Silly. It's a 5 by 10 room, 4 pillars lined on the edge of the room. At the far end is a large ornate door, towers over you. Standing in front of the door is a single sheep with cream white wool. Okay, so that's this room. We're down here. If the party attempts to proceed, put a comma after the word proceed. Come on. Son. This is like the 4th piece of homebrew I've looked at by you. This is like the 4th time I've had to talk to you about comma placement. Start listening to my feedback. Please. Commas and periods. They make an impact. If the party attempts to proceed, comma, the sheep will try to push the party out of the way from the door, lightly headbutting and nudging them back towards the entrance. Okay. I would probably try to close this sentence up also. If the party attempts to proceed, comma, the sheep will lightly headbutt and nudge the party to keep them from entering. to keep them from the entrance. Period. Something like that. It's what, Josh, they've meant 5 squares by 10 squares. So it's 25 feet by 50 feet, right? It's this. It's a very big room, actually. They just listed squares, not feet. If the party casts Speak with Animals, the sheep, comma, here. The sheep will warn the party of a large puddle in the next room and how it turned them into a sheep. Okay, so what you need to say here is you need to be very clear what's happening. You're not saying one of the most important things. Or really, rather, you're sort of burying the lead. This is the most important part. So here's what you say. Here's how you rewrite this. If a party can speak, if a party has a means of communicating with the sheep, such as telepathy or speak with animals, it will reveal that it is actually a human named something, and it was polymorphed into a sheep when it stepped into a puddle in the next room. Period. Something like that. This room will most likely just lead to them killing the sheep also. Something to think about. So what I might say also is if the party I might even have a bullet where if the party kills the sheep, it will transform back into its true form. Because that will also sort of work as a clue to what happened. Let's take a look at the second room. The puddle room. This is the puddle room, friends. It has a weird little thing down here. 2 little things. A big puddle and a door at the end. Why would the sheep just keep hanging there? Magical dungeon logic. Magical dungeon logic. Maybe the door between room 1 and room 2 is a push door so a sheep could open it. But the door between room 1 and out is a handle. And it's only a push door leaving this way. So once the sheep push doored out here, they were just stuck. And then they were magically kept alive by the power of plot. The power of plot armor. That'd be my guess. They're good guys. They don't want other people to be a sheep. No, I know. That's it's sort of a tragic. Honestly, it's kind of weird that it's called Keep of Silas the Silly, just because all likelihood this first encounter is going to lead to a innocent person trying to help the party killing them unknowingly. You know? The sheep's name should be Greg. I agree. Let's take a look at the puddle room. In the center of the room is an excessively large puddle of pink glowing liquid leaking out of a ragged brown backpack. Oh, weird. The puddle spans from edge to edge. I would just say the puddle covers the whole surface of the floor. Spans edge to edge is a little bit. Just use more technical language. Just covers the whole surface of the ground. Is Silas the Silly something from D&D Wiki? Did actual Sun not make it up? That's what I'm saying, Sponge. This is silly in the same way that the Elder Scrolls Daedric Prince of Madness is silly. Yeah, true. Good evening. Good evening. If a creature touches the pink liquid, it must make a con saving throw DC 17. Very high con save. On a failed save, the creature is turned into a sheep. Actually, it's turned into a sleep, but I think you mean sheep. It's turned into a sheep for 1d4 hours. On a DC 17 con save, your creature is transformed into the concept of rest for 1d4 hours. And during that time, they question their identity as an adventurer and one that spends their entire life devoted to action, but is so reliant upon rest for their rejuvenation. And they wonder if perhaps those who see battle on a regular basis may, in fact, have a deeper relationship with rest and with sleep than those that never see battle. For how can you truly appreciate the light if you have never sat in the darkness? And then an hour ends, and then they turn back into an adventurer. Or you mean sheep, one of the two. This effect can be reverted using Dispel Magic or similar effects. I feel like there's a way easier way to write all of this. You don't need to say this sentence, and you don't need to say is turned into a sheep. You can just say they are polymorphed into a sheep as if the spell polymorph was cast on them, period. If a creature consumes the pink liquid, it automatically fails the save. Why is this a bullet point, but then this is not a bullet point, and why is this not the end of a sentence? The party can make a DC 15 Arcana check to determine that the liquid is some kind of potion of polymorph. If you know polymorph is a fucking spell, why didn't you include it up here, you silly goof? You goosey goose. You child of unusual decision-making. Also, I feel like you're kind of arbitrarily picking these. Why 17? Why 15? I don't know. Inside the backpack is a potion of polymorph and a gilded key. I like that. That's kind of fun. So if the party can figure out how to get to the bag without touching it, then they can get a potion and a little bit of a key. I would also say, what happens if the creatures want to scoop it up? Like, could they put it in a potion? Like, if they scoop the liquid up and put it in a vial, could it make a potion of polymorph, but it only turns you into a sheep? Also, yeah, why is there so much on the ground? I guess I thought maybe the backpack was going to reveal some extra planar hole or something that was leading into, like, a flow. Because I wish... It's a big puddle, right? Like, this puddle is, 30 feet across. And then 60 feet across. It's fucking big. Also, what is this little thing on the corner here? It's not listed in the puddle room description. But there looks like there's a table and some little circles. What's going on? That's confusing to me. Yeah, it spilled. It spilled a lot. That's the alchemist bench where the potion was made. They don't mention an alchemist bench anywhere here. So, maybe. Then we have room 3, the elongating hallway. That's this. A long hallway with a bend in the middle. When the party reaches the bend, the entrance and exit to the hallway get further and further away as the party attempts to approach. You need to explain what is happening mechanically. Like, how does the Dungeon Master interpret this? What does this mean? Does this mean that the party can never get to the exit? Are they, regardless of how far they move, it seems that they are always 30 feet away? Something? Like, you know what I mean? Give us some mechanics here. The only way to get to the end or beginning of the hallway is to walk backwards or use some kind of teleport. That's funny. This is so similar to the forest puzzle that we saw earlier. Why are all of these things happening? What is the point of this dungeon? Like, why is there an elongating hallway? Why is there a spilled... like a small, like a pond worth of potion of transformation on the floor? Yeah, I also would remove the teleport. I would just keep the walking backwards. I think walking backwards is enough. I think it could be interesting if the sheep was actually a fly or some other creature you could find in a basement. That's not a bad idea either. It kind of changes the vibe. It sort of makes it more of a mystery that there's something unusual happening. As soon as you see a sheep, you're probably like, oh, something weird's happening. All right, let's take a look at room 4. The final resting place of Silas the Silly. A 9x8 room. This is grave. I probably wouldn't call this the keep of Silas the Silly. I'd probably call this the crypt of Silas the Silly. The tomb of Silas the Silly. If it's his grave, the whole point is it's his grave. So make it his grave. Then it kind of makes sense that there's like weird shenanigans happening because he would have put weird shenanigans. But now I'm confused because the puddle room, if this is a guy's grave, why is there a room with just a backpack on the floor? Like, this should be, the puddle room should be like a built-in system, you know? Like, it shouldn't just be like, now it feels like a discarded backpack in the middle of someone doing experiments. But this is a crypt. This should be like, there should be like a fountain, you know? That is doing this or something. Something that's like built into it. Chat, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the first two rooms, specifically the second one, which kind of is the first one too, it doesn't feel like it's part of a crypt. It feels like it's like a part of sort of just like any dungeon with some discarded items in it that are doing something crazy. Oh my god, you guys are just having a different conversation in the chat. All right, fine. Let's see. There's a large open dining hall with various tables and are strung about and turned over. Oh, these are dining halls. Oh, but it is a crypt. Okay. Moving over the tables counts as difficult terrain. At the far end of the room sits a wooden door. In front of it is an ornate metal coffin. A faint light can be seen seeping out from the crack of the coffin. A door at the far end can be opened by the gilded key or a DC 15 athletics check. Why is this easier than all the other things? As the party approaches the coffin, a sudden force pushes them back 15 feet away. How far away from the coffin do they have to be? Silas appears and combat begins. He prefers to use possession rather than withering touch. And he's resistant to non-magical slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage. Isn't that all ghosts? Aren't all ghosts that? Maybe they're not. I assumed they were. The coffin is locked and can be opened by using the gilded key. Wait, is the coffin and the door opened by the gilded key? Why are they both opened by the same thing? Don't make them both opened by the same key. Make one opened by the key and one somewhere, some like puzzle or something. When opened, Silas can be found lying motionless in a faint glow, with a faint glow. You're missing grammar in this fucking sentence. Any attacks made to the body deal double damage to the ghost. Oh, interesting. At initiative count 10, the coffin lets out another sudden force, pushing all creatures, excluding the ghost, away. That's cool. I like that. So the coffin is constantly blasting creatures back. But if they can manage to get to it, they can deal double damage to the ghost. I think that's pretty cool. Why is the golden key the thing that's opening both of these? Also, I might want to have more. Where's the silly vibe in this room? There's not actually a lot of silly in this whole dungeon. The only silly is turning into a sheep and walking backwards. I don't know if that's silly. I feel like we need more silly in this dining hall. And then at the end of the dungeon, you get 10,000 copper, which is worth about 1,000 gold. All right, we have the Crypt of Silas the Silly. I think there's some fun ideas here. I do feel like they feel a little disjointed. And I don't feel like they totally connect with the main. They don't connect. There's an element of logic missing to the universe here. And it's okay. You can have a somewhat illogical dungeon, but I do feel like if the logic, it is okay to have an illogical dungeon if it helps strengthen the fiction and the story. But the fiction of this dungeon is that it is the grave of Silas the Silly. So why would there kind of just be a backpack on the floor? You know what I mean? Why would the dining hall just be a normal dining hall? So I would build it more logically based on the parameters of the universe that you've presented here. You know, he probably would have his tricks like built in. Why does the coffin have a keyhole? I don't know. I do like the map. Map is a really good touch. Yeah. I think if you wanted to bring a weird, sort of eccentric guy grave down that has some gold in it, boom, you got some gold. Room 5. That was the room full of copper. All right. Thank you very much, Actual Son. Oh, I agree. I think the sheep absurdism is fun, and it, like, sets the pace and the tone immediately. I just want the logic of why it's there to be somewhat plausible. And maybe, actually, I take it back. I don't want the logic that's there to be plausible. I want the logic for why it's there to help sell the fiction of the place. All right, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to look at more dungeons. Oh, yes. More dungeons shortly. But first, I'm going to go pee. And oh, man, it's going to be a great time. You guys are going to be so sad you missed out. I can show you the world. All right, BRB. One second. More dungeons in a moment. What's up, nerds? Did you miss me? Y'all still talking about peeing? Nice. I love it. It's all I care about. Anyway. Boop. Anyway. Any old way. Any old way indeed, friends. Any old way indeed. No, I don't want that music right now. How's it going? Did I miss anything fun while I was gone? You got a muffin? Nice. You guys want to look at another dungeon? If a creature tries to scoop up the potion, the middle should turn into a gelatinous cube that can inflict polymorph when it hits creatures. That would be very hectic. Although it ironically would make the creatures immortal. Because every time it polymorphed you, you would get a bunch of free hit points. Boo! What's my favorite dungeon I've seen today? I love every dungeon I've seen today the same. You're all equal. I love all of my children. You're all the same. Except for the ones that I don't like as much. You feel like he's not looking at YouTube chat? You feel like that because I've been ignoring your comments particularly because they were ones that didn't feel like they deserved my attention. I also just responded to one of your comments. I hate to break the news, but I am very actively looking at both YouTube and Twitch chat. And if I don't respond to you, it doesn't mean I didn't see it. It just means I didn't respond to it. Who is this? This is Garrison is up next. Ran this at the start of my current campaign for level 2 party. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, oh well is right. You know what's amazing? You can really, I will say. Never mind. They're only human. They're only human. All right, let's take a look at this dungeon. The Old Tower Barrow. Here it is in YouTube. Also, I know that you think that, but I guess I missed that. I think what? I don't know. There it is on the tube. Here it is in the Twitch. Let's take a look. The Old Town Barrow. A party for some low-level adventurers. Oh, and we have a map as well. I want to point something out. Oh, you did title them. Okay. If I was, for ease of use, I would write number 1, entrance, number 2, hallway, number 3, back, and then I would just write 1, 2, 3 here. It's just easier to scan, but cool. Okay, so we're going to start here. Looks like we're going to enter here. We got a guardian room, then we got the chat room. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here. Nestled in the foothills of the Scarlet Mountains, the party finds the ruins of Old Kingsmill, now called Old Town. The party has been sent to rescue some villagers who were kidnapped by undead from the Old Town Barrow. So, similar...
Hooray!
Oh, something crazy just happened. What's going on here? Psychological villain gifting out a bunch of subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. That was generous indeed. What was I going to say before I got gifted some subs? I don't know. Wait, let me make this bigger so it's more easy to read. Here we go. So this is similar to one of the first pieces we look at, the Temple of Trickery. This is like opening plot. If you don't want to make this opening plot have to be the plot that you want to use this dungeon for, but you want the dungeon to have a plot of, you know, undead shenanigans, you could basically say, you could give it as like a plot hook. You don't need to necessarily list all this. You don't need to say the party has been sent to rescue some villagers. You could literally just say, potential plot arcs. Some little old lady says her son never came back from doing like urban exploring at the old town barrow. And then another one is like villagers are going missing because of undead. Like it's a plot hook. It doesn't need to be the plot hook, but it is a plot hook. Built of the same brilliant red stone that gives the mountains their name, the barrow is the resting place of ancient kings. All right, just a little wink and a nod to some maybe larger machinations happening. You gotta beat YouTube? All right, fair. Those 3 YouTube memberships I have for today are mystery ones. They haven't shown up anywhere on any of my stuff. So I don't know where they came from. But somebody gave them to me. We open up with the entrance. Big room. After the party enters the first chamber, they see a 45-foot by 45-foot room supported by white marble pillars. There is a door on the southern wall, and between 5 and 8 zombies are shambling about in the room. A voice echoes around the chamber. Don't say around. Oh, you say about. About and around are so similar. I might try to come up with different phrases here. There is a door on the southern wall, and between 8 and 5 zombies shamble through the room. Something like that. A voice echoes around the chamber, welcoming the party and offering them a chance to become champions in undeath. Then, I would say champions in undeath. Allows them to become champions in undeath. Okay. Having the zombies then the zombies attack. Having defeated the zombies, the party can go through the door into the hallway. Okay, 2 things. 1, I would give a suggestion of literally what the voice would say. Because it sounds like this is like a kind of a cartoony character voice. They're offering, or I actually don't know what the tone is, but I would give the quote here. The other thing is, what is preventing them from opening the door before they kill the zombies? So if you want them not to be able to open that door before all the zombies are killed, that should be a part of this. It could be that in order to open the door, they need, 5 coins, and each zombie has a coin embedded in its forehead. Something like that. So they need to at least get the coins out of the zombies to open the door. But tying in some way for them to need to open the door could be helpful. Or it could just be locked. So it's a matter of like, yeah, you could unlock it, but like you're in combat right now, so you don't have time, Then we get the hallway, the trap. And that's this long hallway. The hallway is a 15-foot wide, 105 foot is 15 feet wide and 105 feet long. Somewhere near the middle of the hall is a pit trap. Once a character passes over the trap, a 15-foot by 15-foot pit that is 30 feet deep opens in the floor. A character standing in the area when the pit opens must make a DC 14 dexterity saving throw, or they fall into the pit. Once the pit opens, 2 hidden platforms are revealed about 30 feet off the ground. Standing on the platforms are 2 skeleton archers. The door at the far end of the hall will open. What? I'm sorry. I literally am reading this and forgetting what I'm reading. I need to start reading it all over because I haven't been understanding anything I've been reading. It might not be because of your writing. I just might have just tuned out for a second. Okay. 15 foot by 100 foot wide hallway. There's a pit trap. Once the characters pass the trap, there's a big pit that opens that's 30 feet deep. We don't really know where the trap is. Is the trap here? You should probably draw the trap on the map. You know? Character standing in the area when the trap opens must make a DC 14 saving throw or fall into the trap. Okay. Once the pit opens, you need to just call it a pit or just call it a trap. You're calling it both, and it's going to get confusing. Once the pit opens, comma, 2 hidden platforms are revealed about 30 feet off the ground. Standing on the platform. End your fucking sentence here and start a new one. This whole thing is one sentence. Holy shit. I want to reach through the computer, and I want to choke the grammar into you. Standing on the platform are 2 skeleton archers. Period. The door at the far end of the hallway will open. What do you mean it will open? When does it open? And a pair of skeletons with shields and spears will charge at whoever cross over the pit. What the fuck is this? What is happening with this? So what is the order of operations here? With the skeletons dealt with, the party can advance to the antechamber. Okay, so same issue as before where there needs to be a preventative measure or something. But holy shit, can you please write this in a way that I actually understand what's happening? Okay, the hallway is 15 feet wide and 105 feet long. Indicated on the map is a 15 by 15 foot square. If the players step onto that square, it is revealed to be a pit trap. They have to make a saving throw or they fall into the pit. As soon as the pit trap activates, 2 things happen immediately. 1, a platform is revealed 30 feet off the ground, and that probably should be on the map somewhere too, with 2 skeletal archers on it. And 2, the door at the far end of the column opens, and 2 skeletons with shields and spears march out. All skeletons immediately attack. Something like that. But you got to write it in a way that is like, da 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 da, you know? Yeah, this could be run as a complex trap with each step happening at a given initiative count. That would make a lot of sense. So you could even do it like, as soon as the pit trap activates, everybody rolls initiative. And that on initiative count 20, the skeletal archers appear. And then on initiative count 10, the skeletal spear guys appear. Also, yes, Fluffcopter brings up a good point. What happens when you fall in the pit? How much damage do you take? Etc. Right. You have this extra room here. What is this? Is this the room that the skeletons are hiding in? I don't really know what this extra room is supposed to be. I know you say it's 30 feet deep, but you know what's a lot better than saying it's 30 feet deep? Just saying what happens when they fall in addition. Because if you just say it's 30 feet deep, what you're doing is you're saying it's 30 feet deep. Now do the work to figure out what happens when they fall. Yourself. Why give them that work to do? This should be up here. If you ever have a title of something and then the text after it, it's a little bit chonky. The antechamber. The next chamber is a small room with a locked heavy door at the far end. And... God damn it! End your sentence here. Who is this? Garrison, come on, buddy. You keep making your sentences too long. And you're shooting yourself in the foot. I want to read this and I want to be excited by this. Stop continuing your sentences. The more familiar, Garrison, that you can get with the period button on your keyboard, the more your writing is going to improve exponentially. And that is, I'm being completely serious here. Let me give you an example. Can I give you an example? Let me use this sentence as an example. This is the way it's written as written. I'll just read it the way it's written, which is the way that anyone would read it, just because that's the way it's written. The next chamber is a small room with a locked heavy door at the far end and dismembered corpses piled along the edges of the room. Okay. Kind of works. It's a little long in the teeth. How about this? The next chamber is a small room with a locked heavy door at the far end. Period. The edges of the room are piled high with corpses. Period. I feel like that will be a lot stronger. Try to start thinking about that when you're writing. Cadence is really important. And by cadence, I mean the rhythm of your words that is implied by your grammar, by your punctuation. It's like mouthfeel, you know? You want good mouthfeel. Because if you have good mouthfeel, it's going to uplift your idea. But if you have bad mouthfeel, it's going to be like you're trying to swim through cement. It's going to make your idea not shine through as much as it should. And it should shine through. There's some very fun stuff happening here. There are 2 locks on the door. The first is a DC 12 to open. The second is a DC 14. A character can attempt to break the door open with a DC 17 athletics check. I like this. I don't know how I feel about the double-tiered lock. Like, if there's a point to it, I guess we'll get to that point. But I like that you don't need to pick the lock. You can just break the door open, but if you break the door open, it's harder to do that. I think that's fun. You could also kind of do it in the other direction, where you could make picking the lock harder, but it would, like, dismantle the trap, as opposed to breaking the door, which might be easier, but would, like, break something important. That's kind of how it works in, like, Baldur's Gate 3, where you can smash open any chest, but even though it's easier to smash open chests, that could potentially ruin some of the things inside the chest. What's up, Dice Legends? How you doing? Dice Legends, we're reviewing dungeons today. And we were just having a little conversation about cadence in writing. And how your sentences should have punch. Man, I had so much fun playing D&D with you guys. Like, it was one of those times where I was like, I wish I was a very wealthy person. Because I would just fucking... I'd be like, I'll go to fucking New Zealand. We'll hang out. I'll play a D&D game with these guys in person. It was so much fun playing D&D with you guys. You guys were so nice. So goofy. You totally didn't mind when I completely derailed your show and took it over somehow for like 5 minutes. Which I appreciated that. It was kind of a hectic moment, but I felt like it was fun. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. All right, we're going to keep reading this. But yeah, you guys are the best. Give my love to your whole crew next time you see them or talk to them. And I will continue to be not the best at making plans, but I will continue to say, if you want to do another collab together, or you want me to come on as a guest for something, I'm down. I am bad at scheduling, but I can make it happen if I need to. All right, let's keep reading. Once the first lock has been picked, or someone has attempted to break the door, comma, corpses in the room partially animate, period. They will crawl towards the party and attempt to drag them to the ground, where they will claw and bite. So, if you are going to... Are you not using zombie stat blocks here? Is the intention that this is supposed to be something else? If this is not supposed to be zombie stat blocks, you probably need to explain how quickly they're moving and what sorts of checks or saving throws need to happen to prevent the players from being pulled down and clawed. If you want them to be zombies and just use zombie stat blocks, but maybe zombie stat blocks that are a little bit different, you could say, 6 zombies animate and start moving towards the party, but they're affected, changed in different ways. Their movement speed is cut in half, and when they attack creatures, they can potentially pull them prone. Something like that. I don't know. You know, just like give them a... tweak it in. But you can build it in like that. But you want to have either the mechanics, or you want to have the note that... Or you want to reference them as zombies, so the person who's using the dungeon just can know that they need to get a zombie stat block to use here. Once the party has gotten through the door, the corpses will move back to the edges of the room, and the party will hear the voice from earlier. This time, it is coming from the next room. It commands the party to face them in battle and restates the earlier offer. Wait, so... Let me just see if I understand this room. So, the way the setback room works is... If a player interacts with the door, the zombies come to life and attack the party. And then if the party actually gets the door open, the zombies die. So there's two issues with that. One, what happens if round one I pick the lock, and then round two I pick the second lock and we get out? That's just one round of zombies. So I would, again, probably... And the other thing is that this room, the setback room, the antechamber, is very similar to the entrance room. The entrance room is, there are 5 to 8 zombies, and you need to kill them before you can leave the room. The antechamber is you're locked in a room, and 5 to 8 zombies appear. And they don't die until you leave the room. It's very, very similar. So I would try to maybe make one of those two rooms something pretty radically different. And you could do that by making the monster just a totally different monster. You could do that by making the trap puzzle element a little bit more action-oriented and less monster action-oriented. What's up, Bergjasaurus? How's it going, buddy? You could have it say zombie that can cause the prone condition, and once prone has the grappled condition, it gets 2 slam attacks. I mean, that would be really strong for a zombie, but you could do that. That's essentially like doubling its power. But yeah, I think the main feedback for the antechamber is that we want it to feel different. So I don't know how you feel about 2 rooms where the trap is essentially the same. What's up, Anthony? How's it going, buddy? I rolled an 18 insight check, and it tells you that this is going to be used. Nice. All right, next we have, after the trap room, we have the main chamber, the boss. Garrison, if your goal for the second room is to have it be less combat and more having to deal with the hazard, then you need to write mechanics for dealing with the hazard. Because people are not going to interpret that as this. They're going to interpret this as a fight scene. So you need to think about, how would I express a bunch of zombie pieces coming to life as a hazard? And how could I make that a fun thing to engage with? How would I make that a challenging thing to engage with? And what sort of mechanics would I give it? This could be the... you'd almost want to treat it like environmental actions, you know? What happens if you cast Turn Undead? That would... who knows? If the way it's written, I would say it would make them all run to the corners of the room and leave you alone. Let's see what happens in the main chamber. A 45-foot by 25-foot room surrounded by pillars with a marble altar on a back wall. The boss is a wraith. Depending on the party's level, you can reduce its hit points. He wields a necrotic sword and wears an ancient crown. He should have 2 or 3 skeleton minions. So, does the sword change anything about his stats? Does the crown change anything about his stats? If there's anything mechanical that needs to change with these, or that you intend to change with these, you should. Also, you do this whole big thing at the beginning where, like, the voice chants through the chamber. He's got to say something here. You can't just have him show up. Like, if you have this speech that he gives when he enters the main room, what does he say when you get to the main chamber? You've got to give him something that he says. So you got to give him something that he says. The other thing is, like, what is the point of this dungeon? Like, at the beginning of the dungeon, it's like, I will make you more powerful in on death. So what is the point of the rest of these rooms? Like, what is the story that they tell? Why are these traps here? Why are these rooms here? Why are they set up in this place? Why is there a trap with a pitfall and skeletons that come out? We should have a somewhat of an understanding of that by the time we finish the dungeon. And so if we don't, then that's something that needs to be thought of a little bit more in the building of it. You didn't flub anything, Garrison. You did great. This is fine. I'm not criticizing you any more or less than I would anybody else. You're killing it. You know what you did, Garrison? You took a fairly complicated homebrew writing prompt, and you decided to try to do it. And you put pen to paper, and you wrote something, and you formatted it in a way that was reasonable, and you even gave us a map. So I don't think you flubbed anything. I think you did quite well. You know? If anything, you should be proud of yourself. Okay? You better be, or I'm going to reach through the camera and I'm going to poke you so hard in the eye that you're going to become a Cyclops for 17 minutes. And then I'm going to snap my fingers, and then I'm going to grow you a new eye. But the new eye is going to have dark vision, but it's going to be a little disorienting, and you're going to need to wear an eye patch like a pirate. So you have the dark vision eye open, and then the day vision eye open. And everyone's going to be like, why'd you start wearing an eye patch? You're not missing an eye. And you're going to have to figure out how to explain that some sort of cosmic streamer destroyed an eye of yours through the internet and manifested a new eye and imbued that eye with magic powers inspired by a tabletop RPG game. And that's why you have to wear an eye patch. And that's no one's going to believe that. You know? So whatever I said that led me down to that weird tangent, think about it. Oh yeah, there's some solid stuff. I mean, the vibe is strong, right? It's strong undead vibes. I guess why I want the monster to say something here is because the fact that the monster said anything, the fact that there was a welcoming is so like that it's punchy. Like, that means something. The players are going to remember that. The players are going to remember the fact that there is somebody in this dungeon that spoke to them more than they're going to remember any of the actual combat, most likely, of the subsequent rooms. Because that is unusual. It's not something that you would normally expect. So I feel like because I predict it will have a big impact, we want to be ready to, like, tie that in a nice little bow and give it some payoff later in the dungeon. A lot of designing a dungeon is similar to writing a story or writing a joke, where it's setup and payoff. And you want to make sure that the things, because you're going to put details in your dungeon that are not setup, and you're going to put details in your dungeon that are not payoff, but you want to make the things that stand out the most the setup and the payoff. And if you have details that are not the setup and the payoff, and they're overshining the setup and the payoff, you might want to tweak the way you are either representing those ideas, or you might want to tweak the dungeon, because these new things that seem like the most exciting things are actually cooler than your original idea, and you should just change it to fit those, you know? Excuse me for the itchy nose. All right, let's take a look at this vault. The vault room, aka the puzzle. The puzzle. On a wall near the back of the chamber are carved the words, "Who bears steel makes a gift. Surrender death before the grave." Oh, I thought it was going to rhyme. Okay, it doesn't. That's fine. A character that rests their weapon on the altar in the chamber will cause the wall within the riddle to reveal a secret door. Is that... Let me read that again. Who bears steel makes a gift, surrender death before the grave. All right. So they place a weapon upon the altar. It reveals a door that opens the vault, where the party will find the missing villagers and some treasure. A magic ring that can be used to cast shield on yourself or an ally within 10 feet once per day. The Wraith King's sword deals bonus necrotic damage on a hit and casts false life once per day. Okay, cool. I was going to say, you want to include what those sorts of magic items would do. I think there's some really fun vibes going on here. I think my main feedback for you would be you want to diversify a little bit of what's happening in the action of some of these dungeon rooms. And you want to tie back in the plot of the dungeon. Like, who is the Wrath King? I know that you can't really do all of this in a one-page dungeon. So I would not expect all of this to be here for this version. But if you want to keep working on this dungeon, the next step would be to make sure there is detail included in the dungeon throughout the rooms that leads to, by the end of the dungeon, the players knowing the story of the Wraith King. They should know, like, this dungeon should lead to them knowing why this guy is here, what this guy's deal was. That's what I would say I would add. And that's not easy to do in a page. So I didn't really expect anyone to do so much, like, environmental storytelling in a single page. But for anybody that tried to write a one-page dungeon, by the way, we definitely are going to make a Discord channel for dungeons. I just didn't do that yet, but I think that's a good idea. I think it's fun. I also think it'll be a cool one for people to just, like, share resources in. But an ideal dungeon does sort of tell its own story. So you want to make sure that that's happening as they explore. Yeah, they're uncovering the mystery as they explore it. You don't have to do that, but especially for, like, a one-off dungeon, like, you could obviously tie this to a larger campaign, or have this be like, this was like the uncle of a lich and they're cursed to be here for whatever. Like, you could tie it to something else happening in your game world, but for just like a plug and play dungeon, which this kind of is in its current iteration, I would try to lean towards, as I expanded it, making it a story. Your original notes from running this were like 3 pages. That makes sense. But I bet, Garrison, if you take all the feedback I just gave you and tried to rewrite this and then also expand it out and build a little bit more story in, you could get as much information, if not more, and it would be 2 pages of notes than your original 3 pages of notes. That would be my guess. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. I'm probably going to share everyone's dungeon in the Discord. So you can if you want to also, but I'm probably just going to share all of them. If any of my mods in the Discord are live right now, if you want to just make a room in the D&D section for dungeons, you can just do that. You all have the privileges to, the power to. But if you don't want to, that's also okay. All right, Garrison, thank you for sharing. An undead dungeon. I'm an undead dungeon feller from an undead dungeon town. I like undead dungeon weather. Whether I'm up, where I'm down. All right, there we go. Click. That song that I was just improvising rhymed so well that I thought I was repeating myself, and I second-guessed the final word. But it's just that I'm so good. Okay. Should we look at another dungeon? so far, we got a pretty plug-and-play puzzle room dungeon. We got a sort of goofy trickster dungeon. We got a dungeon of a goofy guy who likes you walking backwards, turning into sheep. We got a clockwork dungeon. And we just looked through this undead dungeon. That was a lot of dungeons we've looked at so far. We looked through like 5. I didn't even think we would get through 5 all stream. That's crazy. We're not ending right now or anything. I'm just letting you know. I'm impressed that we've gotten through more than I thought we would. I thought getting through dungeons would take a long time. Ooh, it's Baba. Baba Black Sheep. Have we any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. My swing at a normcore D&D dungeon. This is aimed at parties of level 3. What is normcore? I don't know what that means. Maybe chat will tell me. Free gold! No tricks, no traps, no kobolds. I like that you misspelled tricks. That's very funny. Good night, Oddity. Did I click the right one? Let me just make sure. Yes, I did. This is a fun little gag in the middle of it right here. Let me put this in the chat. Here it is in the YouTube. Here it is in the old Twitch. No kobolds! Yeah, that's pretty good. Who's texting me? Oh, birthday plans. I got some birthday stuff coming up. Not mine, other people's. Sorry, excuse me. All right. Let's dive in, shall we? Room 1, no tricks. On the side of the road, a sign reads, "Free gold, no tricks, no traps, and no kobolds. This way." The sign has a crude arrow painted on it, which can be followed to a path that leads through the woods to a cave. The cave entrance is a large cavern with a sandy floor. The narrow tunnel at the back of the chamber leads deeper into the cave. This is a really funny intro. It's very simple, right? It's basically like a very obvious trick. So it does immediately sort of set a tone, which is somebody is trying to trick me, but I think they're stupid. That's kind of the vibe. Like, if I was playing this, I would be like, okay, I'm walking into a trap, but it's a trap made by dummies. Which is a very funny headspace to have as an adventurer or as a D&D player, and kind of a fun place to sit in. Oh, it's definitely a hook. It's definitely a hook, because you're like, what is this? Because it's definitely kobolds. Like, if I see this sign, it's like, okay, there are some kobolds that are trying to fuck around. We should go stop them. That's literally the plot hook here. It's like, well, let's deal with this before they, like, decide to, like, kill some farmers or something. You know? Hello, Sloth. How's it going? Room 2. Door number 1. Actually, let me do one thing right now. One thing really quickly. Then we'll keep reading. Okay, there we go. Done. Room 2, door number 1. The tunnel meanders and slopes downward. After about 200 feet, the tunnel ends in a rocky chamber about 20 feet wide. At the far end of the chamber is a wooden door set in the wall. It is barred, but there is no lock. The bar holding the door shut has a hidden cavity hollowed out of it. Don't know, what does that mean? So the bar holding the door has like a hole in it facing the door. A poisonous snake is inside. Aha, I see. When the bar is removed from the door, the cavity is revealed and the snake attacks the nearest creature. A DC 14 intelligence investigation check made to check for traps reveals the bar is hollowed when tapped. Slow movement can be detected. That's really funny. Dude, I think this is a great trap. Very koboldy, right? Yeah. I get it. This is a very good kobold trap. Simple, straightforward. Kobolds love using animals in their traps. You can find the forum with the with all the fonts and stuff in the resources section of the Discord. Yeah, it is a great, stupid, clever trap. It's a great, stupid, clever trap. That's a perfect description of it. Also, in some of the other dungeons, things that we were talking about, we're like, how do you sell vibe? 1 second. How do you make pieces feel like they are all part of the greater whole? Not only is this a trap that is somewhat like of a puzzle to solve, this is the most fucking kobold trap ever. Like, it is so... when we were talking about the silly dungeon, and we were talking about how why would there be a backpack of erupting potions on the ground? It should be like a cistern or like a fountain because it's in a grave. There is no one is asking why there is a hollow door lock with a snake hidden inside it. Because that just makes sense for kobolds, you know? All right, let's keep going. Let's see what happens in room 3, the lore. Behind the snake trap door, there is a long tunnel measuring about 10 feet tall, 5 feet wide, and 50 feet long. The tunnel leads to the next room, a large pit. Halfway down the tunnel is a wire 1 foot above the ground running across the width of the tunnel. It can be noticed by any creatures with a passive perception of 10 or higher. So very easy to notice, which is fine. This is for a level 2 party, keep in mind. The wire runs into crags in the wall and is attached to the rock. The wire does not attach to any mechanism or trap. Oh, it's like a fake out trap. 5 feet in front of the wire, there is a pit trap that is 5 feet wide and 20 feet deep. It contains 2 poisonous snakes. That's amazing. The pit trap can be detected with a DC 15 Wisdom Perception check. A creature that enters the pit trap's area must make a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they fall into the pit, taking 2d6 bludgeoning damage from the fall. Then the snakes attack. Okay, 2 things. 1, this is very funny. This is a great setup punchline little room. The fake trap into the real trap, I love that. Second of all, do you remember when we were talking about in one of the pieces earlier where it talked about how there was a 30-foot pit, but we didn't say what happened when you fell in the pit? This is exactly what I'm saying. This is a 20-foot pit, and it just tells us. It says they take 2d6 bludgeoning damage from the fall. This little detail, you don't need it, because falling 20 feet, that's falling 10 feet twice, that's 2d6 damage, makes sense. But having it just in here just makes it an easier time for the dungeon master that's working through running it. You know what I mean? Well, most kobolds are pretty smart, actually. Or at least they're dumb smart. They're not smart smart. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at room 4. Free gold. Kobolds technically are, like, really dumb, but they're incredibly crafty. Yeah, Sponge, exactly. They're really good at making traps and being tricksy, and really good at, like, jerry-rigging stuff and improvising stuff. Like, they're not very smart, but they're going to figure out how to make a very powerful catapult out of bones. You know, like, that's kind of their deal. Room 4. Free gold. The tunnel leads to a deep pit with craggy walls. The pit is 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, and the entrance is about 30 feet from the bottom. At the bottom, there is a smooth, sandy floor, in the middle of which there is a trunk labeled gold, with a rusty padlock on it. The lock can be opened with a DC 5. Sorry, DC 5 Thieves' Tools check. Makes sense. It's not very locked. Inside is a skull with a gold coin in its teeth. Ooh, the kobolds are a little bit poetic. Okay. Okay. Hiding in the rocks of the upper areas of the pit are 4 kobolds and 1 kobold inventor. That makes sense. All these traps scream kobold inventor. The kobolds... If you don't know what the kobold inventor is, by the way... This is a real monster in D&D. It has a special attack where it throws a skunk, or stabs you with a scorpion, or it throws bees at you. It's great. It's a good monster. The kobolds wait until the trunk is opened, then they roll boulders into the pit, forcing any creature below to make a DC 10 dexterity saving throw. On a failure, the creature takes 2d10 bludgeoning damage. Then, the kobolds attack. If 3 kobolds die, the survivors retreat to their lair. Oh, that's also a nice little detail. Because kobolds are fucking cowards. There is not a DC to notice the kobolds. You could definitely include one. That's a good point. If you wanted to include one, you definitely could. You could also, I think, as the Dungeon Master, just decide that they are unseen. It's a little bit of a... I know every single D&D player in the room might be like, what? You can do that? That's not fair. But it is fair, because as a Dungeon Master, your job is not to make the game harder. Your job is to make the game more fun and more cinematic, and to be telling a good story. So, if where you're at in the dungeon, it is going to be better for the story, for the players to just not automatically notice the kobolds, they just don't, and you just move on. You don't even do anything with it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where, like, it's sort of, I still think it's a good idea to give like a perception check of something or higher would spot them, but you don't have to. But I do think that there's a lot of circumstances where, as a dungeon master, you kind of have to decide when you want characters to have the option to succeed or not. And if you don't want them to have the option to succeed, you just don't give them the option to try. It's sort of like, you ever see that? It's like, do you ever see that thing where somebody complains because they say, hey, Dungeon Master, I want to try to do this. And the Dungeon Master says, sure, roll an athletics check. And then they roll a natural 20, and the Dungeon Master says, sorry, you didn't roll high enough. And it's like, yeah, man, that does suck. Because why did you give them the option to roll? You're just kind of wasting their time. If the highest they could possibly roll isn't going to succeed, just say, nah, it's not going to work. You can't do it. And that's totally fine to do as a Dungeon Master. And it's actually nicer to do than to even trick them into thinking they get the opportunity to try with rolling, you know? Anyway, done. Goblin fucking kobolds attack. Room 5. The kobolds. The kobold's lair can be reached by a 30-foot passageway at the top of the pit. The kobold's lair is 50 feet wide and 3 feet tall. So everybody is crouching. I mean, that's really good tactics for kobolds. Any surviving kobolds cower behind crude barriers that offer them half cover. They do not attack. Interesting. They try to scare off intruders, but are obviously bluffing and trying to protect something. In the chamber behind them, there are about 10 elderly kobolds and hatchling kobolds, and a large round rock painted to look like a dragon egg. Oh, this is so sad. They're just trying to protect the old people and the kids, and they're living a lie because they painted a rock to be a dragon's egg? This is the sad... Baba, they're not funny anymore. Now it's making me a little sad. You didn't even let them in. It's not even a real dragon egg. And they're just protecting their old people. And their kids. Oh, man. A little bit of morality play there.
Idea, we don't set fire to government buildings.
That's not really an idea. That's more of just like a lot of practice. But I'd say I wouldn't set fire to any buildings. And thank you for the 100 bits. The kobolds... Okay. Okay. So we get this sad little scene. The kobolds have been working for a terrible and powerful and mean wizard they know as Gandalf the Infinite. That's a great evil wizard name. It's just like, it's literally like Gandalf, but evil-fied. For as long as anyone can remember. He gave them the dragon egg in exchange for the loot the kobolds collect from dead adventurers that explore their cave. The kobolds are quick to point out that they still get to eat the adventurers after looting their bodies. A point their ancestors negotiated for. Wow. The details in this are so wonderful. Guys, the fact that they weren't even the ones that made this deal, their ancestors made this deal, that's such a wonderful, like, inside joke, world lore thing about kobolds, because they're so short-lived. And the fact that they're only doing this because they were tricked by an evil wizard, and they don't feel like they were tricked. They feel like they got the better end of the deal. Oh, God. Baba. Fuck me. Baba, this is nice, dude. This is really nice. Yeah, they're exploited. The current batch of loot is buried in the woods near a mossy standing stone. When pressed, the kobolds will take the pieces to the treasure, which is some gold, some rope, some pittons, a cloak of billowing, and a javelin of lightning. This is a good spread of magic items, too. We get one silly magic item, some garbage, and then one decent magic item. Oh my god, and then you leave so much open! Do the players let the kobolds know the egg is fake? How do they convince them? Do they join forces with the kobolds to take revenge on Gandalf the Infinite? This is a really fun... This is really fun. This is just a good low-level adventure. Like, straight up. Honestly, I could see this be like the opening to a... I mean, you would need a call to action, like what brings the players together.
Big ups to Baba for coming with the astounding world building and character design in this dungeon.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Big agree. Big agree. I don't know if this is what I would run for session 1, because I think session 1 needs to be getting the party together. But this could be a session 2. And the end of it, or a session 3. Actually, this is a session 3. So you have a session 1, you get the party together. Session 2, they do something. At the end of session 2, they level up to level 2, and they go out adventuring, or whatever. Session 3, they do this. And then at the end of session 3, the real adventure starts, which is the battle with the evil wizard Gandalf the Infinite. This is a really nice piece, dude. I'm posting it here in the chat if anybody wants to see it again. But also, I'll post it in the Discord as well. Let's give Bob a round of applause. Very fun dungeon. But more, like, it's fun, but holy shit, it is so lore rich. This thing is just bleeding lore and world building. Environmental world building out the wazoo. It's all in the details, too. You know? It's the design of the traps. It's the whole trickery of the egg, the way they talk. The way the sign is written. It's the little details. But those little details, it's like the difference between seasoned food and unseasoned food. It's both food, but when you have it, when it's seasoned, it's kind of different. And it's kind of what you really need it to be, you know? Very cool, Baba. Okay. Ugh. Clippity clap indeed, Josh. Clippity clap indeed. Kobolds are really great. I love kobolds. I find them so much more endearing and funny than goblins. Goblins are kind of just like all the boring parts of kobolds. That might not be true. There might be more to goblins than that, but that's my relationship with goblins. Is they're like, kobolds are like weird, specific, nuanced goblins with more interesting, weird quirks and tiddly bits. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Yeah, oh yes, fire indeed. Chat, are you guys enjoying this? Do you feel like this is fun? This is a little different than our normal homebrew review because it's more like Dungeon Master review. You know, we're not really talking too much about the nitty-gritty we normally do, but I like it. I think it's fun. And it's fun to talk about dungeons. It's like talking about toys. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. All right, I need to check something. I'll be on the phone with you while I check it, though. Oh, I used to be a dinosaur. Okay, dang it. All right, I was going to call somebody, but I don't think are online right now. All right, doesn't matter. Should we spin again? You like this more? You like this more than D&D talk or more than homebrew talk? I mean, we can do more of this type of show. Let me ask you a question. Chat, give me ideas or suggestions. If we want to do more of these, should we do more like this, where it's like build a dungeon? Or should we try to make it something different next time? See, I don't really know how we would review a session plan. Because not anybody else, like you writing a session plan is not going to be useful to anybody else. And honestly, the way you write it, I don't think me giving feedback to the way you keep your personal notes is going to help you. Because I wouldn't be giving you feedback for you. I would be giving feedback to make your notes more like general, which is not going to help you. Encounters? Yeah, we could do like roadside encounters. That could be cool. A roadside encounter or traveling encounter. Maybe that's it. Maybe we don't think about it like, maybe we think about it like designing certain types of encounters. I guess we have to think about it like resources that would be something that Dungeon Masters would use. Yeah, so we could do like a magic shop. We could do a tavern. We could do a town. I think maybe we'll start doing more of those. Maybe next week, one of the homebrew days will be like monsters or something a little bit vague, but more really homebrew focused. And then the other day will be more focused like this. And we'll do something like locations or a small town or, I mean, we did unique locations once before and that was pretty interesting. I think the next thing that I probably would want to do, I like the idea of encounters. I like a roadside encounter. I think that could be a lot of fun. Or a strange traveler. We could do a town. I also like the idea of like a tavern or a shop, like a building, an establishment. I mean, BBEG fights is kind of just sending in a BBEG, which is the monster stat block. Regional random encounter tables. Yeah, that could be interesting for sure. A quest board. A quest board is a neat idea too. Although that one we'll just be looking at them and being like, that's cool. We won't, you know, or we'll be like, I guess that one would be more of like a creative writing one where it's like, what is, you know, who is writing this quest? Why are they writing with this tone? We could do an NPC focused one. Quest givers, NPCs, that's kind of the same, yeah. All right, we got some ideas. We got some ideas, friends. We got some ideas. We got some ideations. If you were a DM, would you allow both angelic souls and demonic souls to be made into objects so someone can smith up a chainsaw? Probably not. That would... Nah, that's not something that I would be super interested in running in my game. That just seems like, I mean, maybe, but nah, probably not. I also have never watched Demon Chainsaw Creepy Boy, whatever that show's called. Demon Chainsaw Creepy Boy, you know the show I'm talking about. How many people just got annoyed that I called Chainsaw Man Demon Show Creepy Boy? That's the real question. And is it the same amount of people that get annoyed whenever I call One Piece a comic book? Or a cartoon show? Inciting incidents is a cool one. Baba, that's a good idea. We do like campaign openers. Write the opening of a campaign. That could work for sure. Yeah, people hunting demons to forge them into weapons is very anime. Either way, I think it's fine to take magic items and allow them to be forged into items, but I just don't think that you need to spend that much time on that. Like I don't think you need to build a whole crafting system for it or anything like that. I don't think it's called Chainsaw Man. I think it's called Creepy Demon Cringe Boy. Cringy, creepy demon boy. It's called Every Weeb's Wet Dream. It's called actually Cinder. All of that's very intentional. And he's supposed to have a toxic relationship with people, and that's the point. You just didn't watch it enough. It could also be called that. Yeah, the live action, I like the original too. The original One Piece is the only one I really want to watch. All the cartoon ones are kind of like, eh. What do I mean by inciting incident? So, in every story, and in most D&D campaigns, there is something that makes the story start. The inciting incident could be, for example, let's say the story starts with a carnival as a setting. So the opening of the game is everyone is at a carnival. The inciting incident could be demons attack the carnival. The inciting incident could be the main character's parents get killed and they go to take vengeance. The inciting incident could be, like, the inciting incident in, like, Harry Potter is him fucking Hagrid coming and pulling him away, or getting the letters. But it's the thing that starts. It's the thing that triggers the adventure. When you are writing a story, one of the things that makes D&D kind of different than a book is that when you're writing a book, you really have total control, and you can go back and forward. So, for example, if you're writing a book, you might not know where the story should start. So you're going to start writing the story, and you're going to, ideally write a whole draft of the story, right? You'll get the whole thing done. It's going to be really badly written, but you're going to get the whole thing done. When you're done writing the story, then you kind of know what the story is. And then you can go back and be like, okay, where should the story start? I started here because here's where I started writing. But is this what the beginning of the story should be? Because now I know what the whole story kind of is going to be. And that's the goal. If the goal is to tell that story, I should start at the best place that story should start. And that's going to be your inciting incident if you are writing a book. But with the D&D, you don't have the ability to travel back in time. So you don't necessarily know what the most important opening to the whole adventure is going to be. So you don't need it to be the most important. The only thing that you need it to be is you need it to be the thing that makes the heroes start being heroes. The thing that makes them become the adventurers in the story. That's kind of what the inciting incident is. Did I do a good job of explaining that, chat? I don't know. I think about it a lot because I used to teach fiction writing and creative writing. And with creative writing, you don't want to wait, especially if you're writing short stories, you really don't want to waste your words. So you really want to start the story exactly where it should start and nowhere else. And one of the things that I used to say to people that I was working with that were writers was, why is the story taking place at this period of time? And I don't mean like in history. I mean like, you created this character. This is a story about this character. Because this story is about this character, the things that happen in this story probably should be the most important moments of this character's whole existence. Because if they're not, why are we reading about them? Like, if the most important part of this character's story is going to happen tomorrow, then your story should start tomorrow. Now, that most important part of the story might not be a bunch of action. Like, you could have a story take place the day before someone goes to war. Them going to war might be the most important thing, but the day before is actually the most important thing because the story is about them coming to terms with the fact that they have to go to war. And in that case, the most important part of that character's story is not them actually going to war. It is them going from a place of unease to a place of at peace. Or the other way around, right? A place to at peace to a place of like, fuck this, I don't want to do it. But it's that moment. And that's the most important point for that character. And when you're playing D&D, I think it's kind of good to think about your characters in the same way. The things that happen in your D&D game should be the most important parts of your character's story. So when you're building a backstory, you want to have a bunch of stuff that you can use to, build up your character and to tell the story. But the most important parts of the story should remain untold until they happen in the game. You don't want to be more excited by your character's backstory than you are by what your character does in the game with the other people, You want to make sure that their backstory uplifts the story, but the most important part of their story should probably be what's happening at the table right here, right now. Kaplankle. Bugada, 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 boo! Tawera. This is an ocean dungeon. I've plotted for my pirate and seafaring campaign. Oh, an ocean dungeon. I'm not super confident on my puzzle. That's fine. Or if my red herring has enough for the party to do. I don't really know. We'll see. I usually make my dungeon huge and scrawling. I think you mean sprawling, not scrawling. So this was a bit out of my wheelhouse. I hope it's still an interesting dungeon. All right, let's take a look. Here it is on the YouTube. Here it is on the Twitch. I mean, I can tell you right now, this dungeon already has too much going on. Just by the fact of how much extra space you took up on the second page. I'll read it, and I'm excited to read it. But the error here, the biggest piece of feedback is you did not appreciate how much space you had to make a dungeon. That's going to be my guess. And I think you probably overshot in terms of what you wanted to put in here. That's all a guess. We'll actually see if any of that's true. 5-room dungeon, what's it called? Shell of the... the old Shell of the. Classic Shell of the. Shell of the Dead. All right. Within a hidden subterranean labyrinth in the treacherous Crypto Forest, a party found a stronghold to a strange death cult. And after doing battle with them, they have found evidence of the cult's activity in the neighboring Veratai Bay. Holy shit, is this all one sentence? And a heavy, gaudily decorated nautilus shell weighing 5 pounds and worn, carry around the neck of the highest... Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. If you write a sentence this long, no one's going to read it. Or they're going to do what I just did, where they don't remember anything they read, and I literally just read the sentence. You can't make a sentence this long. This doesn't work. This is a paragraph you made in one sentence. So, be careful with that. And if that's going to be the whole way this whole thing is written, I might not even be able to read the whole thing. I will try. But that is very hard to read and stay focused on when you're writing in sentences that are the length of paragraphs. So what is actually happening? There's a death cult, and there's a guy in the death cult who has a nautilus shell. Okay. Let's move on from there. We've got the entrance and the guardian. As the party sails into the Veratai Bay, the nautilus shell begins to vibrate. What nautilus? Why do they have... What? Where's the nautilus shell? Wait, is the shell the dungeon? No, the shell weighs 5 pounds, but it's worn around the neck of the highest cultist. So, how do they know it's starting to vibrate? You have the shell? How do we know? Where does it say that? Oh, Taro. This is so fucking confusing. You need to figure out how to write this in a way that becomes clear. Because you having the shell is a really important detail, and it's completely lost in the writing here. It's completely lost in the writing. So, you have... I understand that you're saying that that's the goal. Is the context? But it is not the context. It fails as being the context. It is a long run-on sentence that leads to me saying what I just said, which is that I think there's a death cult and they've got a nautilus shell. And if you expect me to get more of information than what I just said, you need to respect your writing and the reader enough to not make this all one big crazy sentence. Okay, so context. Before starting this adventure, your party fought a death cult. After killing the leader of the cult, they got a nautilus shell from them. Something like that. What unique monsters would be good in a goblin cave dungeon? A Nilbog. A Nilbog, the spirit that haunts the goblins. Okay, entrance. As the party sails into the bay, the Nautilus shell begins to vibrate. When the party investigates the vibrations of the shell, they find that when the shell is moved in certain directions, the vibrations become more extreme. What directions? I would probably put that here. During the day, it takes 1 hour and a DC 14 intelligence navigation tools check, or 6 hours with a DC 12 check at night to locate the source of the vibrations. What? Are you... Okay, I'll tell you what I think you're trying to do here. And if it's what you're trying to do, you dramatically need to rewrite this. It sounds like what you're trying to do is, once the party can determine that the shell vibrates depending on what direction it's in, you can spend 6 hours sailing in that direction to discover where the vibration is coming from. I think that's what you're trying to say. That's my guess. Is that this time limit has to do with actual travel? Yeah, then you need to literally say that. Because you don't actually say that. You don't mention travel anywhere here. It's pretty important. At the source, the party finds a large eddy that drops into the darkness. Also, I don't think the DC should be only 2 less if it's doubling the time. You should let them do it on a DC 14 in 6 hours, or you should just let them succeed and take 12, or make it a much lower DC. Are we sure that the players will make the connection that the shell is pointing the way to a dungeon? I don't think so at all. I think the only thing we're going to get out of it is that the shell is pointing in a direction. So it's leading us to something. But I think that's okay. I don't think we need to necessarily know it's going to a dungeon. We just need to know that it's going to something. That being said, if you want to make sure they go to that thing, letting them know that it's like a treasure map or like there's a location or something worth going to would be beneficial. Yeah, vibrations might not be clear enough. That's a good point. As you approach the eddy, the shell begins to levitate and drift towards the darkness as the current slowly begins to grow. Stop saying as the. You say as the. You keep doing all these little intro words. Cut all this shit out. The Nautilus shell hovers over the waves. The eddy grows into a whirlpool and reveals the opening to a colossal Nautilus shell that is 10 feet tall and slopes gently beneath the sea. So it's just like sticking out of the water? I don't understand. Is this supposed to be like a Nautilus shell that's like a hallway they can walk through? If it's supposed to be a Nautilus shell that's like a hallway they can walk through, you probably need to say that. And you might want to say that the Nautilus shell isn't 10 feet tall. The opening is 10 feet tall. Yeah. Again, you're saying in the chat that the opening is 10 feet tall. You're not saying it here in a way that's clear. I understand that you're saying the word opening here, but again, you're losing clarity with the way your sentences are structured and the length of your sentences. Okay, as the Nautilus hovers over the wave, the eddy grows into a whirlpool, revealing a massive Nautilus shell, period. The shell drifts above the wave, revealing an opening that is 10 feet wide, period. Something like that. You need to put emphasis on the parts that matter. You're losing the parts that matter in the length of your sentences here, and in the structure of your sentences. You might just not be used to be writing for other people, so this all just makes sense to you. But if you ever are trying to, if the goal is to write for other people, or if the goal is to write in a way that other people can clearly understand it, you really need to use grammar to your benefit to guide the reader. We need paragraph breaks, we need periods, we need shorter sentences. It's going to make a huge difference. It's going to make a bigger difference than, honestly, just about anything else in your writing so far. Approaching the opening from the ocean requires a strength check or a athletics check from a creature to swim. Well, I don't... Okay, I don't know why, but okay. On a failure, every creature on the ship must make a DC 15 athletics check or be thrown into the water and out of the whirlpool. A creature with a swim speed is thrown out on initial failure. What? What does that mean? Thrown out where? Isn't everybody thrown off the ship? I don't understand what this sentence means. If a character ever sinks below 50 feet from the surface, they are attacked by a waiting shoal. Okay, so this is a very, very, very confusing and long-winded way of saying the shell vibrates in a direction. Characters can tell what direction it vibrates in. If they take that direction, a giant nautilus shell emerges out of the water with a whirlpool around it. They have to navigate the whirlpool and get to enter into it. I think that's a really cool idea. I wish it was written in a way that was more clear because the idea is cool, but your sentences are fucking you. But I think the image there is very cool. I think the systems are a little confusing in the way they're expressed. But again, I think that just comes down to sentence structure. But I think the core idea so far is neat. RP, puzzle. As the party walks into the sloping tunnel, which is lit by footstep-shaped patches of bioluminescence lining the walls. Like, this is a great detail. Do you know where it should not be? In the middle of a sentence. There's no reason for you to squeeze this detail in the middle of this sentence. It's not helping with me understanding this sentence at all. It should just be its own sentence. They lose sight of the opening after 15 feet. Holy shit, like, this is all one... Like, look at this. Just look how long your sentences are. This is all one sentence. This sentence has 1, 2... It's just too much. Calm it down. They lose sight of the opening after 15 feet, at which point the tunnel becomes repetitive and their voices begin to echo. Okay, very long way of saying after 15 feet you can't see the opening. That's a little detail that, like, might not matter. So if you're trying to figure out, like, what is important here, that might be an example of, like, if it's a nautilus and herking around, you can sort of imply that they're not going to be able to see their way out after a while. That might just be words we don't need. Any character with PP over 12, don't know what that means, notices that they hear sobbing in the echo. I think if you have a PP over 12, you either need to get into porn or you need to go to the doctor. Yeah, don't write PP. Write passive perception. PP doesn't mean anything. As the party travels, they notice they are not traveling so much as the shell is rotating beneath their feet. That's kind of a cool image. Oh, man, I wish there were some fucking paragraph breaks here. Water begins to gather beneath their feet, rising 1 foot for every 30 feet they travel. If the party is ever fully submerged, they are pulled out of the opening and thrown back into the whirlpool. I don't understand what? So, if the what? What is happening? Okay, so the way that I'm reading this right now, for every 30 feet the party travels deeper into the nautilus, the water rises 1 foot. And if the water rises to the full, they get sucked out. So, why would they get sucked out by going deeper in? Do you know what I mean? Oh, I agree. Ejecting them is going to be incredibly frustrating, and I wouldn't do that either way. But, like, why are they getting ejected by walking deeper in? Am I missing something from, like, the logic perspective? I don't understand. DC 13 intelligence but the way that it's written, it's like you will get sucked out because you're walking in. So by going in, the water is going up. By the water going up, you're going to get pushed out of the shell. So like it's just creating a infinity loop. Unless there's something that you get to before the water gets to the top, in which case, why is this even a mechanic? This is just completely confusing. The logic is so... I just don't see it. If other people feel like they understand why walking deeper in would make the water rise and that would suck you out, if anyone understands that, go with God. But that makes no sense to me. Like, I am confusion as well. Okay, so you can make a investigation or a perception check to see a message written on the bioluminescence in Aquan or Elvish or whatever the party has. The message says, beneath the waves, I neither fell nor flew. The sky so far away, I drowned there so quick, but my life hasn't gone away. Okay. Placing your foot on the wall of the tunnel rolls the shell so that gravity of the room pulls towards the wall instead of the floor. As they travel along the tunnel, like, what does that fucking mean? How does that work? I mean, I understand what that means if we're watching a movie like Inception, but like, what the fuck is happening here? So I'm going to just we're going to keep reading this room, but I'm going to say this is completely confusing. I understand that it's a hamster ball, but you need to give mechanics. I'll tell you what. I would not include a hamster ball mechanic with zero explanation of how to include that mechanic as a single sentence after this mess of confusion. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just lost now. Like, even if I understand what's happening conceptually with the second part, I still don't understand what's happening conceptually with the first part, and I certainly don't understand how they interact with each other. So as long as they travel on the walls, any water that has flowed into the chamber drains after 180 feet? What? Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know if I have feedback. This is just confusing. So my main feedback for this would be, whatever this system is you're trying to make happen, you need to give yourself the space to explain it, or you need to decide that this is too complicated to fit into these many words and make it something different. Because this is confusion. This would be the point where if I was the person that was maybe going to use this dungeon, I would just completely ignore this room. I would be like, all right, we're just going to skip this. This doesn't make any sense. So that's not great. You don't want anybody to be reading it and being like, this is confusing, I'm skipping it. And maybe I'm the only person here that's confused, but I feel like a good chunk of chat also has gotten lost at this point. So whatever the thing is you want this to do, break it down into its core components and figure out if you can express each of those ideas mechanically in like 1 to 2 sentences, and not any of your fucking bullshit paragraph long sentences. I mean a real sentence. Like 7 words. And if you can't do that, then I probably would not include this mechanic. If you can't explain each of these things in like 7 words, then I would just drop it. Or maybe 2 sentences each. 1 sentence to give the flavor of what's happening and 1 sentence to explain the mechanics. But again, regular sentence length. I understand a little bit of what is happening in some places. What I don't understand is how any of it fits together. And I don't understand how mechanically any of it is implemented. And I also don't understand why it's happening. Let's look at the red herring. As the party approaches the center of the shell, the tunnel slowly shrinks to about 2 feet wide. Within that small alcove is a single floating pearl that is 5 inches in diameter. Sloth, what are you getting confused by? Yeah, you just have to make the link shareable with anyone with the link. Don't give them editing rights, just give them let them view it. Within the small alcove is a single floating pearl that is 5 inches in diameter. Detect Magic reveals it to be enchanted, and an Identify spell reveals it to have a command word that is the word terror in the same language as the earlier message. If the command word is spoken, the shell will rotate to align the opening with the air pocket below the whirlpool. Oh, you're really leaning into these confusing mechanics, huh? The same effect is caused if the pearl is moved, but the alarm is sounded within the chamber. So what does this actually do? I'm going to tell you what. The person who made this, Tawera, don't answer this question. Don't answer this question. What does this do? What does rotating the shell to align the opening with the air pocket below the whirlpool do? Because I don't really understand what this is doing. But how does it throw the... But it doesn't really throw the party out into land because they're in the middle of the Nautilus. They can't see outside. But also... What is the air pocket below the whirlpool? This is the first time the air pocket below the whirlpool is mentioned, so I don't really know what it is. You know? So yeah. Confusing. Continues to be a little bit confusing. If the goal is that this leads to the party getting to a dungeon, you need to just basically say that. If the command word is spoken, the shell will rotate to align its opening with the pocket of the whirlpool, period. When the party looks at the exit, they no longer see their ship and the sea. They see below them an open chasm, blah, blah, blah. Like, you need to spell out what's happening here, because this is fucking confusing. So tell us what we're seeing. Yeah, chat is making a million suggestions. They're all different. No idea. I also think it just rotates. Is the red herring just a pointless puzzle? Well, I don't know if it's pointless because it creates an air pocket below the whirlpool, but I don't really understand what the opening with the air pocket below the whirlpool does. So yeah, we have no context, so it's mostly just confusing. Then we have a boss fight. As the party goes to exit the shell, they find the floor rapidly shifting into the walls as the opening ahead of you becomes a shaft dropping beneath you. Why does it become a shaft? What is happening? You fall 50 feet into a 10-foot by 10-foot opening in the water? What does that mean? What does an opening in the water mean? As you fall, a water elemental reaches up to catch you. If the alarm has been sounded, the elemental will be hostile and will immediately begin. I don't even... I must have skipped the alarm. I'm sure there's an alarm probably here somewhere. The effect... Oh, I see. The same effect is caused if the pearl is moved, but an alarm is sounded within the chamber. Okay. You might need to clarify what the alarm actually is. Like, do the players hear it? If the players don't hear it, you don't need to mention this sentence at all. You could literally just say, you could just have the hostility of the water elemental be written here. Okay, so water elemental... So... I don't really understand what this space looks like. Somehow now you fall 50 feet into a space that is 10 feet by 10 feet in the opening of the water. Don't really know what that means. It's opening into water. So confusing again. If the alarm has been sounded, the elemental will be hostile to you, and it will drag any creatures that fall into the deep under the water. If the alarm hasn't been sealed off, the air pocket, which is 25-foot cube... So what the fuck is the 10-foot by 10-foot opening then? Also, Why are we learning the size of the air pocket here and not the first time it's mentioned? I don't know. Is filled with a barge raft containing a single small desk. Otherwise, the barge is split out. What? Otherwise what? If the alarm hasn't been set off, the pocket is full of water. No, the pocket is full of a barge or raft with a desk. Otherwise, it's spit out onto the surface and waits for the elemental to deal with the intruders to return them to the air pocket. What? I'm so fucking confused. Sitting at the desk is a single cult fanatic who commands 2 whites. What? Where are they sitting? Like at this barge that is randomly sinking or floating? I am so confused. I don't have feedback. The feedback is this is very hard to visualize. The feedback is the way you are describing what is happening really demands better clarity, cleaner. Let me rephrase that. It seems like what you are aspiring to do here, it demands a level of clarity that this writing just does not have. I think you have overshot and you jumped the shark a little bit. I'm very confused. All right, we're going to read the last one. I'm sorry that I don't really understand what's happening in anything here. It seems like you're falling into a nondescript space that's either 10 by 10 feet or 25 feet, and then there's a barge or an office or something, and there's a guy at a desk with some whites. We don't really... Okay, it's just confusing. I am... Color me confused. If the elemental is killed, the air pocket begins to collapse. If the party manages to loot the cultist, they find 5 sending stones stored within the bag. Why 5? That's such an odd number. None of the stones are paired with each other. That's kind of fun, but I think 5 is a little too many. If the party takes control of this message relay point, it disrupts all cult communications on the island. And if the party is careful with what messages they send, they could get a lead. Okay, we're going to stop reading it here. The ending is kind of doesn't matter at this point. We shouldn't be learning the plot of this place as a message relay point, and we shouldn't be learning about an island for the first time in like the final thoughts of the piece. So, similar to what I talked about before, when you're trying to build a dungeon, it's sort of like building a story. You want some foreshadowing, you want to set up some stuff that you can land later. This is not doing any of that. And it's leading to the ending feeling kind of confusing. And more so than that, I think that you are completely focusing on trying to describe in bits and pieces the visuals of what is happening a little bit, or like the vibe of it, but almost not from like a game mechanic. So there's a whole lot of things that are confusing and then don't have mechanics for them. My main feedback for you would be to dramatically simplify your design and make sure you can completely and clearly communicate every single piece of this before you slam it together. And make sure the amount of time it takes you to communicate those ideas is not that much time. Yeah, this doesn't read like a dungeon. This reads sort of like haphazard notes that the person who's wrote them probably understands because they're visualizing it in their head as they're writing them. But this is very hard to navigate as an actual dungeon. Now, more to the point, what's the point of this dungeon? Beyond all of those issues, what's the point of the dungeon? It seems like the point of the dungeon is to disrupt a cult's communication, or to stumble upon the fact that there is a cult that is using this to communicate and then deciding to stop the cult's communication. But we're not getting any of that. I think we need more of that. And a lot of the things that this dungeon does don't actually mechanically do anything. Like, aside from a handful of skill checks, literally most of this dungeon is walking. So I feel like we need the setting is cool. You know, walking through a giant nautilus that is secretly a communication center for a cult on an island is fucking cool. But the dungeon has to have some interesting mechanics to it, and it has to have some story to it. We only got to the dungeon by I don't know if it's the same cult. Who knows? It's not said. It's just it could be a different cult. So I think we need a little bit more choice or ability for the players to make decisions or to try to solve problems, as opposed to sort of just like walking and or succeeding or failing on things. But more so than that, I think the two biggest things to take away from this, well, I think there's three big things. One, this thing needs to feel like it has a plot beyond just random happenstance. Maybe the plot is discovered in the dungeon, whatever. Dungeons need a plot. It needs a plot. The plot can be very simple, but we still need the plot. And telling us the whole plot at the very end is not giving us the plot. You got to bake it into the whole thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is you got to really, really, really go at this thing aggressively for your grammar and your sentence structure, because that is doing you no favors. And the third thing is you have to decide, is this an idea that I like talking about, or is this an idea that I think would be a fun thing to engage with? And if I think it would be a fun thing to engage with, can I design it or redesign it in such a way that it is actually engaging as opposed to sort of just a walking experience? And by engaging, I mean a thing where the players have problems that they can solve and they can use their resources to solve them, where they have choices that they can make, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, clarity, mechanics, and story. I mean, honestly, those are the three big things all the time, but those are really big in this one. Like, they stand out. All right, buddy, thank you very much for sharing. Again, I love the vibe. I think the setting is really cool. A secret Nautilus communication tower in the ocean is fucking rad. I hope you keep working on it. All right, let us give Tawera a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Oh, thank you. Applesauce. That joke will never get old. Never in a million years. Yo, Cinder. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Well, hello, Makeshift. How's it going? I just finished streaming a D&D session, so I'm going to sleep right away. Have a good stream. What did you do in your D&D session? Did you have fun? What did you do? Kill stuff, get gold. Ragtag group of adventurers are working on killing a god of fate. Standard stuff. All right. That is pretty standard stuff. Although, it's not standard in a way that's bad. It's just like classic. Classic dingles and dangles. Classic droozles and scroozles. Classic heebies and jeebies. Oh, shit. Oh my goodness. Stray Gamer, what are you doing? 25 subs. Let's go. Thank you very much. That's cray cray. You're out of control. You've lost your mind. You've lost your gosh darn mind. Ooh, I can't even believe it. Let me look at you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's crazy. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, greetings. Come in here like a fucking Mack truck. Thank you, thank you. We're looking at homebrew. All right, we got it. You know that we got to push the goal back. We don't get to do that much. What do we push the goal back to? Should we do a little song too? Do we need a musical break? 42? We could do 42. I don't think... Yeah. That's crazy. Thank you so much. No, we got to keep it uneven. We got to keep it uneven. When do we not need a musical break? That's a good point. Oh, that's a good point. Any requests? Any requests, chat? For I mean, you don't even know. Some of you know. Should we do like on here? This song. One second. I don't want to catch the world on fire. This song goes out to all you kind-hearted creatures out there that are just trying to live your life and make friends. Everybody dance! Everybody dance! Anyway, I was muted. I don't know why I was muted. Might be. Weird. Anyway, what are we doing? What was terrifying? What are you talking about? Was that anybody's first little dance party? They're not mouth eyes. They're just regular eyes. They just look like mouths. Here, look. I could, if you want me to have it, I could do. If you need, do I need more eyes? Is that gonna make you feel better? Here, is that better? More eyes. Do you need more than that? Because I could, I could do more. Is that better? More eyes? Yeah, how's that? Is that better? Do you feel more comfortable now? Do you feel more comfortable? No, probably not. Anyway, you guys want to look at more homebrew or what? What if I just did this all stream? You guys would love that, I bet, huh? Small wheel. Ugh. All right, let's give her another spin. Boo! Oh, it's DM Bildo. The Buildinator. Have a great night. I'll have a great night. You have a great night too, Stray the Gamer. Thank you again for being very generous. You're too kind. This is a thing I made. I'm very proud of the map. I made to go with it. Anybody that thinks that Bildo unintentionally made this mistake doesn't know Bildo. This is what we call an intentional spelling mistake. Why? Well, we'll see, maybe. You might have just wanted me to read it funny. But I am sort of keeping in mind, I was looking for something. Oh, that's a very cheeky way to build a map, dude. The map is it's just squares and lines. It's killing me. You're killing me. Yeah, it's a great map. It's also it's very funny for two reasons. One, it's funny that you made it in text. That's just amazing. But also, the simplicity of the map is enough that you didn't even need one. Because it's just rooms leading to next rooms. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I love it. It's perfect. A+. No more feedback. Perfect. All right. Let's take a look at this. Here it is in the Twitch. Here it is in the Discord. Or YouTube, I mean. Excuse me. Not Discord. YouTube. Oh yeah, definitely took ages. Farshar. The Sunken Echoes. The Sunken Echoes dungeon is set in a partially submerged ancient ruin, deep within the dense, fog-laden, dark wood forest. 1 second. Sorry about that. This dungeon was once a temple dedicated to a long-forgotten deity of water and wisdom, now rumored to house a sacred relic with the power to bestow profound knowledge upon its wielder. Okay. Okie doke. Let's see what we're going with here. You got a good feeling about this one? We'll see. Room 1, entrance and guardian. Description. The entrance is a grand moss-covered archway leading into a dimly lit corridor. With water slowly rising and falling with an unseen tide. I would probably say the height of the water, even if it's just a foot. But I would say it like undulates between like 1 foot and 3 feet or something like that. Also, is the water like covering the ground? I might introduce the water before we introduce it with its shifting tide. The guardian of this entrance is a water weird, camouflaged within the water, tasked with testing the intentions of those who wish to uncover the temple's secrets. Oh, interesting. It's a water weird with a mission. The water weird. Look how weird it is. Nice little monster manual note and clickable. Very nice. Camouflage within the water is there. Okay, let's see. How's this testing their secrets? Players must navigate the water without disturbing the guardian or must persuade it of their worthy intentions to pass unharmed. Okay, I think this is totally solid. What I think this could include, and I think it would elevate it quite a bit, is we need a little bit of direction as to what sorts of things would work to persuade it. Like what types of things would appease it? Because you can also use that to kind of give foreshadowing to like what the dungeon is going to be about. You know what I mean? Needs and RP primer for the water weird. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Especially because I feel like water weirds don't normally talk. Yeah, normally they're just like really animalistic. So I would give some suggestions for the Dungeon Master of the types of things that could work, would work, that sort of thing. But I like the idea. I like the entrance. The aesthetic is cool. I like a moss-covered archway leading into a corridor that is full of water that is slowly rising and falling. Like, that's very cool imagery. Let's see what the next room is. Roleplay or puzzle challenge, aka puzzle or roleplay challenge, and it's on the map. It's true. It's on the map. Oh my god. Puzzle or role-playing challenge. Description. This room is a vast circular chamber with a mosaic floor depicting the cycles of the moon and its effects on the tides. All right, we're getting a little bit of moon dancing. It's a wonderful night for a moon dance. The only exit is locked by a door with the lunar phases as its mechanisms. All right, we're getting a moon puzzle. It's true. On the map, it does look more like a square, but that's okay. Or a rectangle. Yeah, you left in a thing. That's fine. To unlock the door, the players must solve a puzzle that involves aligning mosaics, lunar phases with the current phase of the moon. This can involve observation, knowledge of the lunar cycles, or deciphering ancient texts found within the room. I think all of these are great examples. Again, I think we need suggestions for how we would implement this mechanically. A creature could do some sort of investigation check on the ancient texts. A creature could do some sort of survival or maybe religion cycle to know the lunar cycles. A creature could, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. I'm gonna be a dick here, Bildo. I'm not gonna read this. Because if you're using hyperlinks to make your piece way more than one page, that's kind of cheating. And you know that's cheating. Yeah, of course it's cheating, dude. I very specifically said if you wanted to include extra stuff not on the page, it has to be pictures. And it could be a little more than a page. It's not bad. It's a great way to design a thing, but it's definitely cheating to squeeze in extra words. So, behold, all of the things that I just said you should include the mechanics for, it looks like Bildo included. Lovely. Yeah, don't link more of the dungeon in the dungeon. That's fine. Does a lot of the dungeon do that? I hope that's the only time that it does that. That's what my hope is. Okay, let's see. Next we have the trick or setback room. I think doing a moon puzzle is a cool idea, and giving different ways to solve it is a cool idea. Next we have room 3, trick or setback. As the adventurers progress, they enter a seemingly empty room with a large mirror standing opposite the entrance. The mirror is an enchanted illusion designed to trap the unwary. The reflections show a distorted version of reality, tempting adventurers to false visions of their desires and fears. To break the illusion, players must confront and overcome their reflections, revealing hidden truths about themselves. Are all the mechanics that you should be including in here in this little link? Yep. Cool. All right. Man, it's a shame that you completely shot the page limiter. I'd love to read them. But cool. So you got some mechanics where you're fighting copies of yourself. What I would say here, I want to say something here. I do feel like we're getting a lot of moon vibes, which I like. Moon vibes are cool. Do moon vibes tie into illusion reflection vibes? I don't know, but we're thinking about. I would say this. I don't think they inherently do. I think you could make them interconnect, but I don't think they do automatically. I'll add the link again, but I did add it here. There it is there's in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. I mean, you could describe the images as reflecting off of a giant moon carved into something. You know what I mean? You could make the illusions moon related. That's very easy to do. But you either need to just build that in to the plot so that we see the connection, or make the illusions that we're fighting something a little bit more moon magic light-esque. I don't think you need to make it something totally different. I just think you need to make where the illusions are coming from something that feels moon-ish. And I think you're good. What is the plot of this dungeon? The penultimate chamber is home to a formidable guardian, an animated statue. We got a nice little another link. Oh, a different website this time. No, thank you. Excuse me. Representing the deity of the temple. It awakens to challenge the worthless. I thought it said it awakens to challenge the worthless adventurers for a second. That's not what it says. It awakens to challenge the worthiness of the adventurers. All right, it's only CR1, so it's not that hard a monster to fight. It's a god of water and wisdom. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna think about that a little bit, because I feel like I like all of these so far, but I do feel like there's like a piece missing. Engage with combat with the animated suit of armor, utilizing teamwork, blah, blah. It's water-based attacks. The battle tests the adventurer's resolve. Okay, so yeah, I have no patience. I no longer feel bad about not reading the puzzle mechanics because this is a redundant sentence. This whole sentence just says do combat. This is just a whole paragraph that says do combat. Which is fine if you want to have a whole paragraph that just says do combat. But yeah, I don't think you need it. I think you're taking up words there. You think you spent too much time on the map? Let's take a look at the last piece. Also, I do feel like the suit of armor doesn't really fit. Like, what is... This is another room where there's opportunity to build something here. So, what I would say is the thing that feels like it's missing right now, if you're trying to make this, like, this used to be a god of water and wisdom, is I think we need to figure out how to tie in wisdom a bit more. And maybe the moon is not the most important symbol, so maybe even in like something like the lunar challenge at the beginning, maybe make it where it's not just moon focused, but it's the moon in like... I think the moon challenge works if we know that this temple is like a moon goddess of wisdom and water. And then I think the reflection thing needs to be more focused on like, you know, personal growth or like personal wisdom, fighting your inner demons. Maybe that's what it is supposed to be. And then I feel like this next one needs to just be something a little different. And I think maybe this is another place where you could fit in something that is more wisdom based. And I don't literally mean wisdom the stat, but like, you know, what sort of puzzle, trap, hindrance would the goddess of wisdom put in her dungeon? Or would somebody put in the goddess of wisdom's dungeon? I don't really know, but that's the question that I would ask. Because I'm not sure if an animated statue does the best job to sell that fiction. You did say it gets water-based attacks. So, it didn't look like... I didn't really read the stat block, but... It doesn't have any water-based attacks. So, maybe something got misaligned or something. Let's take a look at the final room. The 5th room. Beyond the defeated guardian lies the temple's inner sanctum, illuminated by ethereal light, where the sacred relic, the orb of tidal wisdom, rests upon an ancient pedestal. Oh, you ran out of time? Oh, that's okay. I think if you make the monster not the statue that you linked, but whatever the monster is that you want it to be, then I think that solves the problem of having it feel connected. The closest thing to a water golem would probably be a water elemental. When a player touches the orb, they receive a vision of the temple's deity, offering them a choice. Keep the relic and its knowledge for themselves, or sacrifice it to restore water and prosperity to a land suffering from drought. Did you mention drought before? Drought should be in here. Drought should be up here. Plot twist. The adventurers choose to sacrifice the relic. They are rewarded not only with the deity's blessing, but also with the hidden chamber filled with treasure. And we have a little orb. And we have a little treasure. All right. You were thinking a construct that was powered by a bound elemental. The fight, so nice you fight it twice. Cool. So my main feedback would be tie the plot in that seems kind of important for the end into the beginning and maybe into the piece a little bit more. Like, if there is literally no incentive to give the orb to restore prosperity if we don't set up drought up here, you know? So I would say as like that would be like the plot hook. A plot hook for this would be there is an area that hasn't had any rain in a long time, and they want to go to the temple to beseech the water goddess for rain, but it's been overrun and nobody can get in or whatever. Can you adventurers please go check out what's happening at the water temple and make it right? And then the question is, why are these defenses here? Who are they defending against? Like, the water temple doesn't actually seem like anything has happened bad to it, right? Like, it kind of just seems fine. So, the party, by killing all the water temple god stuff, might be like pissing off the water temple god. So, I might even change the way I designed the encounters so that everything could potentially be non-confrontational if the players knew the right things to do, so that you would have that as an option. Especially if at the end of the day they're going through the temple to essentially do something on behalf of the god whose temple they're going through, killing everything, you know? But I like the idea. I like a water temple. I think the idea of the moon and water and wisdom fit really nicely together. It's something that they often are symbolism together. I think it works nice. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fairly straightforward, sort of sweet and simple little temple dungeon. I think you could put it into a lot of things and it would work nicely. I didn't go through all of the little details, but that's okay. You've learned a lot from building the map. Yeah, for sure, dude. The first 3 chambers fit the theme of a test by the deity. That's true, they do. The 4th one kind of just feels like a fight scene, though. Isn't the idea of the drought is to test the party's worthiness and morality once again? I guess so. Maybe I just lost sight of that towards the middle end. That very well might be the case, Zeke. In fact, I think that is something that is sort of referenced in some of these earlier ones. So I might, if I was running it and I was actually using all these things and not reading things because you wrote a 2-page dungeon when I asked you to make a 1-page dungeon, you might have that already in there. That's true. That might be in there. I like the vibe quite a bit. It's very colorful in a weird sort. Not colorful, but like I can picture it in my head quite clearly. Maybe because of the map. I think your descriptions are pretty solid. They do a good job of helping me paint the picture in my head. Okay, let's give Bildo a round of applause. Another fun dungeon. Wait, where's my applause button? Applause button, where'd you go? There you went. Let's give Bildo a round of applause. More clapping? Sure. Boop! Okie dokie. Wait, yours isn't on there? Did you just submit it? Are you Dr. Dapper? Are you one of the people that submitted the wrong thing? I had to delete 1, 2, 3, 4 people from the wheel because they didn't submit dungeons. For the orb, I'd have each party member go into a different space and make that choice. Those who save the drought get the treasure. Those who don't get kicked out of the dungeon. I'm not a big fan of doing that. I don't love giving some players rewards and not others. I feel like that's not nice. I don't like to do that. I maybe let the players have their own moral issues with each other, but you know what I mean? It's on now? Oh, there you go. Yeah, you just didn't submit it correctly. What'd you say? It's very silly. I don't mind very silly. I don't mind very silly. If anything, I mind very serious. Alright, should we give her another spin? And a 1 and a 2 and a buckle my shoe. Buggada 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 buggada. Boop. It's Ortopia. I rarely design dungeons as a DM. Maybe that's something I should change. Here's a quick brainstorm I thought made some internal thematic sense. Let's take a look. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Okay. The Barracon Tome. Tomb, excuse me, Jesus Christ. The Barracon Tomb. Man, Law of Hacksaw is just having a conversation with themselves. And they've been pretty much doing that the whole chat. That's crazy. Barracon Tomb. Yeah, they're on YouTube. One of those YouTubers. The mausoleum of the House of Barracon was thought cursed by a younger brother, Herv. Whose younger brother's Herv? The party was tasked with discovering more. This is very confusing. Who's Herv? Discovering more what? Okay, we're gonna just figure out what the fucking plot is and write the plot. This is not a plot. This is like the first half of the opening sentence of a trailer to a movie. Let's see. Okay. Room 1. The tomb. In the mausoleum for the family, the House of Barracon, a large crack in the wall of the final room reveals an infestation. What's the final room? You're introducing things in an order that is very confusing. Strange fungi and lichen spew out from this rupture, and a soft light glows from within. A fungal mound using the stats of a shambling mound lies on the other side, where the cavern opens up. Where's the cavern? The walls covered in the thick glow of mycelium. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to give you feedback right now, and I might not even read the whole dungeon. We're going to read some of it, but you are introducing ideas in the wrong order. And when you're writing a dungeon, the way you introduce ideas is incredibly important. I'm just going to point out a couple. You introduce the idea of a younger brother before we really know who they are, what the family is. You introduce the idea of a wall in the final room of a mausoleum, but you don't make any reference to anything else. You don't introduce the mausoleum. You introduce the final room of the mausoleum. And that implies there are rooms before that final room. I don't know what the fuck they are. So it's very it's sort of jarring as a reader to be jumping into this and talking about the final room to a thing before I even know what the thing is. It's exactly the same here. You mention a cavern, but the cavern is like, we're getting it in, like, give us the whole scene first. You know what I mean? So here's what I would probably say, something like this. In the Barcone House Mausoleum, on the back wall, there's a large crack with strange fungi growing out of it that glows faintly. Hidden amongst the fungi is a shambling mound. If the players approach within 10 feet of it, it will attack. Beyond the shambling mound, the crack opens up into a cavern. Something like that. But you have to, like, lead us in. You gotta lead us in. So they fight a shambling mound, and they find a cavern behind a mausoleum. Room 2, a ghost. The ghost of Sergei. We're going to call him Serge. The ghost of Serge Barakon. The older brother is lingering in the room. He's pissed. I wouldn't use that language. Comes off really unprofessional. He's pissed that his tomb has been sullied by the malignant spores. He knows the correct way through the caves, but he can only speak in dialects of common that is unfamiliar to the players. Then don't make it common. Common is not uncommon. Common is called common because everyone speaks it. Just say he can't speak. You can just make him not be able to speak, and then you're good. Or just say he can talk. Even that you could say he attempts to talk, but he is undecipherable. Spells such as comprehend languages can be used to communicate. If players know such options, gestures will work with a DC at the DM's discretion. Don't do this fucking DM's discretion bullshit. You know what this is called? This is called, hey, Dungeon Master, I don't want to figure out what the number should be. You figure it out. If the Dungeon Master wants to make up their own number, they're just going to make up their own number. You never tell them to make up a number. Give them a number. If they want to ignore it, they will. Instead of saying if the players have no options, I would just say it separately, you know, or I would say, like, in addition, a character with a successful insight check of 15 or higher can understand them doing charades. But we need to know what the saving throw number is and what sort of check it is. We need both of those to be in here, or that really is, it's not clear. Karma Commando, 4 months. Let's go. He is aware that Herv... Who the fuck is Herv? Oh, the little brother. Okay. He is aware that Herv, his younger brother, had something to do with the state of this tomb. Does he not... But what does that mean? So you gotta give us a little bit more than that. Because if you just say that, the players will be like, okay, cool. What did he have to do with it? And Herv will be like... He'll be like, I don't know. I just know that he had something to do with it. So give us a little bit more detail. Maybe he doesn't know what he had to do with it, but maybe, you know, Herv was always futzing around with weird plants or something. I don't know. He's got to have some detail. He has to have some information that he can share. Room 3, the Cloud Gallery. Can they only get to room 3 if they talk to this guy? You didn't really mention any mechanics for the 9 tunnels. I don't know if that matters or not, but if you're going to say that there's 9 tunnels... You probably need to include some mechanics for interacting with those tunnels. Then we have the Cloud Gallery. The correct tunnel eventually leads to a large gallery-type cavern, complete with a very tall ceiling and numerous... Just don't say that. Just say, literally, get away with the drop the word complete, drop the word very, and drop the word tall. Just say the height. With a 15-foot ceiling with numerous stalactites and stalagmites. Everything is covered in thick fungus. Why is it important for you to say a specific height for the room, chat? Why do you think? How tall is tall? How tall is very tall? Is very tall 20 feet? Is very tall 30 feet? Is very tall 50 feet? There's quite a lot of spells and abilities that people get access to in D&D that their characters are going to use or not use that largely depend on the height of the room. Not just in terms of what spells they might use, but also what tactics they might use. So you give them a height. Give them a height. The players are also going to ask the exact height. That's a great point. As soon as the players enter the fungi... as soon as the players enter... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're all nailing it. Your chat... Everything chat is saying is just right. Yes. Climb speed, flying... Reach weapons, for sure. Radius and power. Your head hitting the ceiling. When the players enter, the fungi exude poisonous spores. Any player in the room has to make a 15 con saving throw or take 5d8 poison damage on a failed save or have as much on a success. This save needs to be made once a minute until the players leave the room. Okay. The entrance to the room is barred by fallen rubble, which could be broken down by pickaxes, the shatter spell, or whatever the DM allows. Okay, again, half of the fun of when somebody is going to use a dungeon, half of the fun is the story that the dungeon tells and all the cool imagery it makes. But the other half of the fun is exploring the mechanics that somebody else is putting out for you. So you gotta stop doing this whatever the DM allows. Give us mechanics. How much HP does it one casting of the shatter spell work? How long does it take to break it down with pickaxes? They have to make this saving throw once every minute, so this is basically a room that's on a timer, which is not a bad thing to do. You can have a room on a timer. You just have people go into initiative and boom, the timer's taken care of for you. Every round is 6 seconds. A minute is 10 rounds. But we need the other side of that timer. We need to know how long it takes us to get out on the other side. Otherwise, we don't know how hard this room is, you know? Yeah, YouTube's pretty good. Twitch is... they're both great. SpongeMan says, I'm using a pre-made dungeon because I didn't want to have to figure out the DC. Yeah, and you don't have to figure out the challenge in the room either, right? Like, this room is completely different if it takes 10 minutes to use a pickaxe or 1 minute, right? It is, or if the shatter spell is instantaneous, you know? So, you got to think about that a little bit. Also, this is a dangerous dungeon so far. I don't know what your goal is here, but I feel like 5d8 damage is a lot of poison damage. I mean, it's not a crazy, but we're starting. I mean, that's the reason the first monster is a CR5 monster. So this is probably intended for at least level 5 players, I would assume. Next we have room 4, the brother. There's also still like, I want there to be more in the room than just the spores. I guess the pickaxe and stuff, like the breakout is there, but it sort of feels like it's not. This needs to be written mechanically, and then maybe it'll feel better. Room 4, the brother. Once the obstruction is removed, the final room is as large as the previous one. All right, it's a lot of words to say. Not much that needs to be said. Still filled with layers of luminous fungus. You could literally say, the next room is the same size and filled with similar fungus, period. Boom. It's circular in form. Just say it's circular. Would it be circular in anything other than form? You know? Would it be circular in mood? Circular in tone? Circular in aspirations? No, it's circular in form. So you don't need to say in form. In the center of the room, a large fungal bloom. In the center of the room, a large fungal bloom, various rock formations are present throughout. This, you're missing a verb or something here. This sentence is broken. Offering options for cover or, okay, yeah. I would just, you don't, just don't write it like that. It's a circular room. I would probably say it is a circular room with a large fungal bloom at the center and various rock formations of different heights scattered throughout. Period. In the middle of the bloom, a humanoid creature looking like Herv is lying prone. Is it Herv or does it look like Herv? Because remember, you're not writing this for the players. You're writing this for the Dungeon Master, so you probably just need to say what it is. And you can say what it looks like or what the players think it would look like if they don't roll a roll to see it, right? But if it's Herv, just say it's Herv. As soon as the players step atop the lichen-covered ground of the chamber, he awakens. He is hostile and angry for being awakened. Use the lich stats without the phylactery. Why are we fighting a lich? What? What the fuck? Why is a lich here? That's the most random fucking monster ever. It's way too powerful for this dungeon, and it has fucking nothing to do with anything else in this dungeon. It has nothing to do with any of the fucking mushroom stuff at all. Why are we fighting a lich? And he summons a bunch of fungal constructs? Yeah. Come up with something different here. Don't make him a lich. Make him a big plant monster. Make him a ghost. I would not have him fight. I would not have him summon 1d8 plus 3 myconids. That's too many. Have him get 4 or 3 myconids. And then you're good. Also, maybe have myconids sort of scattered throughout the dungeon a little bit more. Yeah, completely out of left field. A lich is like an ancient wizard necromancer who tears the souls out of people and puts them in their phylactery. It really doesn't fit this. Does this give the players time to set up or interact with the brother or roleplay? Because it just says he attacks, wakes up. That's a really good point, Mr. Advisor. You're sort of building this to have a plot that would imply we should be able to talk to the brother. So I agree. I don't think he should automatically attack. I feel like there should be an opportunity for them to communicate, because that doesn't really make sense if there's not. The only reason it would make sense for there not to be a way for him to communicate with the brother would be if the brother was like mind controlled by the spores. So the spores were just attacking, and then maybe that would be revealed afterwards. That's the only way that would really make sense. But yeah, come up with a totally different monster here. Let's see what happens in the last room. Revelation. Once the battle has ended, the poorly hewn stone table can be found. A poorly hewn stone table can be found in the far end of the last chamber. Why couldn't it be found beforehand? Why couldn't we see it beforehand? Not sure. Upon it, there are some words written in human blood. The handwriting getting stranger and shakier as the text progresses. It comes from the hand of Herv, where he outlines his attempt at mortality by drinking various mushroom-based teas. Unfortunately, the last tincture put him in a very deep sleep, mimicking death. When he awakened in the tomb, he discovered he had become something else. His missives grow panicked. What? As it's clear he's losing his mind. In one of the near final messages, he included a code for his bank vault, which contains a multitude of treasures. Okay, so you are falling into a very normal problem that happens not just in dungeons, but it happens in movies all the time too. And you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. You ever watch a movie, and it's a pretty fun action movie, usually like an action horror movie, and it's sort of mysterious, and then like 10 minutes towards the end of the movie, some random scientist shows up and just looks at the camera and explains the whole plot. That's what this is doing. You don't want to do that. Squatch says, show, don't tell. And I agree. Show, don't tell is like the most basic feedback you give somebody for creative writing. And the idea is you don't want to tell someone the plot. You want to show someone the plot. You don't want to tell someone that there's character growth. You want to show someone character growth. So you don't want to tell us all of this happened. You want to show us that all of this happened. So what could you do to show us that? Well, you could have things scattered throughout the dungeon that imply that maybe Herv was a botanist, or that maybe somebody was doing experiments with mushrooms. You know, we see lab equipment. We see tests of potions. We see notes throughout the dungeon, like work tables, potted plants. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we don't get the whole fucking journal at the end. Maybe we get scattered pieces of the journal throughout the dungeon. You know? But you want to build the plot into the dungeon. You don't want to just shove the plot into the dungeon as an afterthought at the end. It will make it very unimpressive as a plot. They might still really enjoy the dungeon, but the plot will just be oh, okay. Or like, oh, okay. It won't be something they're invested in. If you want your players to be invested in the plot, you need the plot to be important immediately, and you need the player's ability to engage with the plot potentially affect their ability to succeed or fail. So, if, for example, you start tying in more about Herv and his relationship with his fear of death or whatever earlier, that could lead to potentially clues at some puzzles. That could lead to them maybe understanding the mushroom spores more, so they could be better at fighting the mushrooms. Or, I don't know, there's a lot of different directions you go in with that. But that you want to build the plot into your dungeon. And you want it to sort of foreshadow itself. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fairly simple, straightforward little dungeon. I think it's got some nice ideas in it. I think what really it needs to shine is for you to not demand the dungeon master to come up with all the ideas, but for you to actually write up the mechanics and figure out ways that you think are interesting to implement them. And I think it's for you to figure out tying the plot into this a little bit earlier. Personally, I think instead of a lich, it should be a corpse flower. That would be a really cool idea. A corpse flower would make a lot of sense. Corpse flowers are really cool monsters. Here's a corpse flower. It's a big old flower that eats corpses. And it's a fairly simple monster. It's a CR8, which would be much more reasonable for the type of things that you were getting so far. You could, and it has the ability to summon zombies. You could replace the zombies with the CR1 myconids, and that would be fine. So then it would be sort of like a corpse flower that's like growing mushroom people, you know? And that way, you don't even need the extra little monsters. They could just come out of the main one. I also feel like there should be a little bit of revelation with the ghost. We meet Sergey, but he kind of disappears from the story after room 2. Does he continue with us through the dungeon? And if he does, what are his reactions to all the other things we're seeing? And if he does not continue with us through the dungeon, first of all, why? There needs to be a logic to that. It doesn't need to be that complicated. It could just be he doesn't want to. But there still needs to be there. But 2, we probably should have an ending that includes him a little bit too. Because he's still out in the dungeon. We're going to walk past him when we leave the dungeon. Do you know what I mean? So I might include something like, if the players reveal what happened to his brother, his soul will be put at rest and he will be released and he can move on, you know? Like something where it's like, if they say like, hey man, this was caused because of your brother and we killed it and now your brother's soul is free. You know, maybe you have like a fucking end of Star Wars movie where the ghost of the brother, the ghost of the plant guy that you just killed appears and they as brothers decide to enter the afterlife together. You know? That could be really nice. That could be a kind of really sweet ending, actually. And if you like that as the ending, you could kind of bake that in earlier. You could talk about, you know, maybe the history of this place is that the family really got along, but something happened. Maybe their mom died and Herv got obsessed with studying medicine and he drove himself away from the rest of the family, and you know, and it led to turmoil between them as brothers. You know, you could like build that shit out, and then suddenly it has like a real emotional weight to it. And now suddenly you like, it's almost like sad when you kill the plant brother, because you're like, oh, as opposed to like just kind of fun and weird and scary. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Ortopia. Let's give Ortopia a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. All right, friends. I know normally I go to midnight, but I got to be ending a little bit earlier tonight. Oh, Dylan, buddy, I am literally ending stream right now. I am so sorry. I'm not ending it right now, but I'm ending it soon. But, Dylan, you can watch the whole thing on YouTube if you want. I'm still a little sick, so I'm trying not to push myself too hard. I'm trying to get back into the swing of health. And part of the swing of health requires a certain amount of not pushing myself when I can feel that I'm getting tired or like a little headachy, you know? Anyway, guys, this was fucking awesome. Can everybody give a giant round of applause for everybody that submitted homebrew tonight? Everybody gets a big round of applause.
Clap.
You are all champions. I encourage you to share your dungeons you made with each other in the Discord, even if you didn't get your piece looked at tonight.
Clap, clap.
Clap, clap indeed. Clap, clap indeed. We will be back tomorrow with a D&D call-in show. You can call in with your questions, your concerns, your yearnings, your aspirations. You can call in with your table problems. You can call in with your woes. With whatever you want. And right now, I'm going to go to bed. You guys are absolutely amazing. I want you to have a great night. And then on Thursday, we have another call-in. So tomorrow's a call-in show. Call me in with your D&D questions, whatever. And then the next thing that we're going to do on what day? On Thursday, we're going to do another homebrew review show where we're doing spells that do not deal damage. And we are going to raid my friend. She is also one of my head mods. Her name is Orikami. She's great. So if you're on Twitch, we're going to head over there. If you're on YouTube, I'll put the link in the video description if you want to head over there too. Do that right now. Here's the link in YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Have an absolutely amazing night. Be good to each other. Love ya. And I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.